Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. All right. All right. Hello, hello, everybody, and welcome back. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. As we get underway here, jumping into part 10? Part 10 of our French playthrough of Expedition 33. Expert, new game plus, times 50 health. Although I guess we need to discuss that a little bit, because we're going to have to ponder about that. We're going to have to ponder about that just a tiny bit. Mainly because on the last stream, we started Act 3. So we did the epilogue with Alicia. Big reveal that we're inside of a canvas. We've been inside a canvas all along, and that Mael is in fact Alicia. Mael is a painted shell over top the real Alicia. Let's see. So, getting back to the times 50 that we're questioning, is that we did just kind of randomly play. So we went through all of the first parts of the epilogue in the Act 3, where everybody had been gamaged for at the end of Act 2. Mael sensed the chroma of Lune and Ciel amongst the crowd as they're trying to escape Lumiere from the real Renoir. And she restores them. See, like that was a little nugget of detail I didn't notice the first time around, was the fact that when Mael was saying, I can feel them, I can sense them, and then she gathered specifically Ciel and Lune. That was a really nice touch. I like that a lot. And that did open up the discussion, because we've had lots of discussions in the past about whether or not, if Mael were to maybe try to save everybody in this canvas by recreating them in another canvas, then you get into that moral quandary. Never mind the fact, are they real or are they not? But are the ones you create in another canvas, are they real? And I feel like that little bit of a note opens the door easily. That if you wanted to, where the canvas could still be needed to be destroyed from a story perspective, like maybe the whole put Verso's soul to rest and all that, that maybe you could have it be that Mael does figure out a way that she could extract the chroma from this canvas and reinsert it into another, thereby eliminating any question on whether or not it is actually the same people, the same being. She's just recreating them in another canvas. I really like that idea. That could work out where you find a middle ground, because we've talked on ends about how I'm not super happy where they took the direction of Verso in the story. But obviously, if it's canon, it's canon. And then if they are adapting this to like a live action, or obviously eventually we're going to be going into a sequel or sequels, they've got to come up with some kind of canon ending. If not one of these two, definitely, then one that they do on their own, a brand new one. But that is one way you could do it, where you could still have the canvas be put to rest, but still possibly save everybody else with all the other people in the canvas, which would be really neat. That would be neat. Anyways, I'm venturing off into babbling. So, like I said, we got through the epilogue, the start of Act 3, restored Lune and Ciel. We realized that we could at least raise the non-gomaged people out and about here to create a kind of a Lumierean expeditioner army to work on our behalf. So we raised them, we're ready to set to go, but of course we're like, alright, that was great, guys. We brought you all back. So everybody just stay here on the Dark Shores. We'll be back. We've got other things to do first. And they're all like, "Brr. All right." Oh, are they like zombies? Because they're all like still stone-ish looking. So they're kind of like in between at this at this part of the game. But yeah, so that's what we did. We actually get things very randomly. Especially compared to the first time around. Music ended up giving us tips on like where we should go first in Act 3. So we did lots of things, possibly out of order, but I'm really glad he did suggest, for example, we did Flying Manor. That was one of the first places we went to on the first time around, but of course we had not maxed out our stats or anything like that, so we were doing certain levels. Music was basically giving me suggestions based on my preference, which was I don't want things to get too easy. So we started doing some stuff in order where it would be a natural, really good challenge, or we were still a lower level with our characters. So we did like Flying Manor first, for example, in the first playthrough. But this time around, it feels like it makes sense. I would rather save something like Flying Manor as we go down the line. Same thing with Lumiere. We haven't gone and fought Renoir yet. That'll probably be one of the things we save for the last. So what did we do on the last stream? The very last thing we did was Crimson Desert. We did the Isle of Eyes. These are all interesting examples of where we're seeing the times 50 come into play. These were all bosses that by the time we got to, we were too OP. The bosses did not last very long. But now that we're on Expert New Game Plus with a times 50 health buff, all of these bosses have taken much longer. This is the double-edged sword with times 50. Times 50 all through Act 1 and Act 2 have been, for the most part, pretty good, with the exception of flying bosses. Flying bosses and maybe some of the Patanks that leave early, where they have too much health. Stop this for the moment. Too much health. The flyers for sure, because we can't do a lot of our heavy hits. The big health buffs that you can do in this game only kind of work out if you have some builds where you can hit super hard. So we have some attacks that we can do with Lune and CL. Mael's Gommage is a big hitter. And with those attacks, prepping them up, we can take down bosses much more quickly. Unless, of course, you're not allowed to use those attacks, or any kind of main attacks don't work against the boss in question. That's where we've been running into issues, where it goes from having a more interesting challenge where we can actually play through the boss's movesets to being completely and totally tedious. And we talked about this at the very beginning of this playthrough, which was when we were trying to find a decent balance of buffing the enemies, normal enemies and bosses alike. We started off on like times 5, then we bumped it to times 20, and then we finally bumped it to times 50. And times 50 felt pretty good. Pretty good through most of Act 1 and Act 2. But now that we're in Act 3, while the bosses have been okay, this has started to bring back what we discussed at the very beginning, which is times 50 going to make a lot of sense for a lot of the end game bosses? And I think we're starting to see that just from the lower end bosses of Act 3 in places that we can now access. Is it going to become too tedious? Are we going to need to lower the health buff for some of the endgame bosses so that we're not spending 1 to 2 hours trying to fight them? Not from defeat. I don't mind that. If we're getting defeated frequently, I don't mind it when bosses can possibly take an hour, 2 hours, maybe even multiple hours, if it's because we keep dying and we're not getting it right. But when you have the fight down and you got the parries down, the idea of a boss taking like an hour just because they have so much health, you're just teeny tiny dwindling it away. That's where it becomes tedious. To where you're like, all right, here we go again, over and over and over and over and over and over. Although we did voluntarily do that sometimes in the first playthrough when we still had the cap on our damage, where we were only doing 10k. Yeah, that, I think, for example, we went back, we wanted to challenge ourselves, even though we got the 10k cap lifted with the painted power. We went back specifically to fight like Sprong and the Darkshore enemies with the cap. Thank you, MP. Did I miss Cleo's? I did miss Cleo's. That's fine. Let's do MPs today. Thank you, MP, Cleo, Luna, MP. Welcome back, guys. Happy Saturday. So yeah, it's, even though we did voluntarily do that in the first playthrough with the 10K, because we had to at least see if we could. Were we able to get their movesets down enough that despite them hitting so hard and us being limited to our 10K hits, we did it anyway. So we voluntarily fought the Darkshore's enemies. We voluntarily fought Sprong with the 10K cap. I don't know if I want to keep doing that, because that's kind of what we're doing when we have some of these bosses set to a higher health buff, is we're kind of putting us back in that 10K cap realm in terms of how long it takes to actually beat enemies. So as far as like tedious bosses go, a little bit of that, at least an inkling, is considering some of these bosses probably shouldn't take this long to take down. We did fight like the Bald Mime. We only fought him with 2 different characters because it was starting to feel tedious. The first time around it made sense to do because we wanted to get the bald hairstyle for every single person. So we took the time to fight the mime with every single person last time. Just did it a couple times this time with times 50 health. Took a very long time to beat him. The bald mime was no joke in this playthrough, for sure. Aside from that, we did the final gestural race. We've been doing things that we don't necessarily need to do in this playthrough. There's not been any like alternate French voiceovers or anything like that. We did all the gestural beaches. We completed the final gestural beach challenge on the last stream with the wall climb. Is there anybody significant that we fought? Was there anybody like story-wise significant? In that sense, we might be trying to do side quests today, because we didn't do any of the side quests for each of the individual characters last time. We might concentrate on trying to do their side quests today, because I can't say that anything we did last time was necessarily had any bearing on the story whatsoever. Let me see. Is there any interesting bosses that we fought last time? Oh, we did the what is it called? The challenge where you have to fight different like normal enemy bosses with only one person at a time. That was something that was a brand new experience this time around, because by the time we got to that last time, we also were OP. What is it called? The Chosen Path. The Chosen Path we did. The Chosen Path, and especially since we do, at least with the times 50 health buff, we do not have good builds set up for Verso and Monoko. Monoko, man, we had to rework him a little bit. It took a really long time to beat his boss, and he was the first. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how long it took me to fight. I think it was Glaze was the first one, but we went through that. That was a more interesting challenge with the single person on this one around. By the time we got around to Lune, even on the later end of the bosses, Lune and Mael, it only took like a couple minutes to beat them. But for Monoko, we have no good build set up with Monoko. He does have way lower Lumina points, though, which doesn't help him out very much. We did the last of the painting workshop. So we fought the Lamp Master. The painting workshop Lamp Master on times 50 took a long time. That was another one that we were dwindling away, even with the big hits from Lune and the big hits from. Did we have Lune? We definitely had Mael, and every time we tried to hit him, we got a lot of really bad rolls, though, because we are obviously running roulette on them, and, man, we kept getting really bad hits. I want to say, like, we only got, like, maybe 3 out of 10 good hits, maybe more, or maybe 3 out of 15 good hits with Mael, with roulette against the Lamp Master. Lamp Master took so long. I think Lamp Master in the painting workshop might have been the perfect one where we were like, some of these endgame bosses might be have too much health. We're talking over like 1 billion health. And I don't do billion. I don't do billion hits unless we do it with like CL and we ramp up her Twilight. CL can get hits that are higher up there, but it takes a while to build her up. So we do not have the builds on these characters to do like super crazy damage. Like at most, if we actually get a really good roll with Mael, we can do like 200 plus, maybe around 300 if we get a perfect roll, a nice build up. She's got all the right boosts on her. But yeah, when we're getting enemies that have like 1.5 billion health, makes things a little interesting for sure. We fought a couple white Nevrons. That's something we didn't do on our first playthrough at all. So these are actually completely brand new things that we've never done. If we're talking about like fights that we never did before in our first playthrough, technically speaking, all the white Nevron, we didn't fight them in the first playthrough. So that is something we're planning on doing. And so far we've done 2. We've done the 2 white Nevron fights of the 2 that actually want to fight. The cemetery one where he's like, it's my duty, I need to fight. If you don't fight him, he ends up dying anyways. And then the Dansues teacher, the dancing teacher, we fought her second, and she believes fighting is like a poetic dance. So we went ahead and pleased her, I guess, by jumping into a fight, which she was fine with. All the rest we can assume do not want to fight, but we probably are going to go through and fight them anyways, just to have that leftover experience that is in the game that we haven't done yet. All right, so we left off the Crimson Desert. We are back at the camp now, so we're going to try to do some of the side quests today. Maybe we'll do some more of the White Nevrons, figure out where we go from there. Luna says Versus Drafts is a free DLC according to Sandville Interactive. Yes. If you've played Luna, I don't know how long ago you played it. They introduced Versus Draft, I think, at the end of December. We've already played it in our first playthrough. Versus Drafts is my favorite area in the game, with one of my favorite bosses. And we are going to be saving that for towards the end. Not the very, very end, because I think we are going to save Lumiere and Renoir for the very literal end. But we'll probably do Versus Drafts right before we do Lumiere. That is probably the plan. All right. But again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. I hope you are all doing well, staying relaxed, staying healthy. And as always, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share, all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, the drafts are going to be waiting. Yeah, Versus Drafts. Okay, so I saw Luna said you can do one of the drafts. Drafts are endgame content, for sure. I would consider, we did Versus Drafts before Renoir's drafts last time, because we were doing them in order of what we told were difficulty-wise, and that probably made sense. We saved Simon for after Versus Drafts. Probably we'll do it the other way around, because like I said, Versus Drafts is one of my favorite areas, so we're going to save that for, towards the end. So we'll probably do Renoir's drafts first at some point here. Let's see, Simon is a perfect example of a boss that I'm like, is times 50 health going to be too much for a boss like Simon? Is that going to be way, way too much? Is he going to be like a tedious boss? I would imagine that DLC bosses are probably going to feel the same way. They're probably going to be tedious. No, that's what we were talking about. When we were saying side quests, that's what I was talking about, was companions. So that's actually why we're here at the camp right now, to do side quests. Do we need to do any upgrades? We probably are going to farm some Lumina points at some point. At some point, Lumina points will be farmed. Because that at least will be something. We didn't do that to a great extent in the first playthrough. We'll probably do that in this playthrough. Farm some Lumina points, and then we'll be able to experience having, like, a crap ton of... be able to put, like, a lot more... Pictos on everybody. expand on Minoko and Verso's builds a little bit.
Alors, comment comptes-tu regagner leur confiance?
Avoue que tu prends ton pied, là. Ça tombe bien, toi qui collectionnes les jambes.
Tu ne peux plus t'appuyer sur ton charme et tes cheveux bien coiffés. Alors, c'est quoi le plan maintenant? Au moins, elle te parle encore. C'est déjà quelque chose, non? Allez, viens. Faisons-le, ce duel. Ce sera marrant.
I'd say he's about on par. He doesn't sound any weirder than than English Minoko to me. We were talking about the fact that when I first played this, when I first played the first time around, Minoko's voice kind of shocked me. Because we had, obviously, you encounter tons of Gestrels up until you meet Minoko, and they all have very cartoonishly goofy voices. And then he has this super sexy suave voice. And the assumption is that in learning English from Verso, he kind of mimics Verso's voice in addition to learning English. And I think that's pretty much the same way as this one. I would say he's got a very suave, sexy French voice in this one too. And I think that's got to be it. Because it almost sounds like it's the same thing here, that he's mimicking Verso's voice. Well, yeah, he learned English. That's what our assumption is the idea. He learned English from Verso, and in doing so, he just ended up not only learning English, but I guess mimicking his actual voice. Because he doesn't sound anything like... Nobody else among the Gestrels have a voice like that. So yeah, like when he first started talking in the first playthrough, I was like, what the heck? I did not think the voice matched the character at all, but you get used to it. I thought I already had this conversation with him. Is it because I said some other time, you need your beauty sleep? I think so. So we have to say, all right, get ready to lose.
Très bien. Prépare-toi à perdre. Bon, tant pis.
Oh gosh, how is this gonna go down?
Vas-y,
Minoko has
essaie
times
de voir.
50 health. This fight's gonna take forever. I didn't even think about fights like this.
On en finit. C'est le moment de frapper.
Can we just lose to him? Okay, good. I was gonna say, man, if we had to defeat him, we were gonna have to turn down the health boost on him.
Ouais, ouais. T'es content, boule de poil?
Quelle classe dans la défaite, Verso. Une petite revanche?
What? Do I have to beat him?
Une autre fois.
Hold on.
Rabat-joie. Tu sais ce qu'ils te disent, mes poils?
We might have to beat him. Let's see.
Alors,
Avoue que tu prends.
tu ne peux plus au moins... Allez, viens.
Très bien. Bon, tant pis. Pas de temps à perdre. Amusons-nous un peu. C'est le moment de frapper.
Was he doing like a moonwalk right then? Oh, way too early. We're gonna die! Ah! We're alive. Just barely alive.
On les détruit. Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
Ah, I did it again.
Allez, un dernier effort. À mon tour. Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Bon, tant pis. On en finit. Frayons-nous un chemin.
Shoot, man, I don't think I have any of the mark buffs on him. I can't tell for sure. We're definitely using the wrong weapon for this. That guy, man, why do I keep missing those last two?
On en finit.
We have the Cereso on. We have our support. We have our support blades on Verso right now.
Cible marquée. Bon, tant pis. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Ah! No, Monoko. Why would you do this to me, man?
T'en regardes. On les détruit. Bon, tant pis.
Phantom, welcome back. Happy Saturday, Phantom. How is it going? This is a very chill song.
Ah, très cher, je vous ai vaincu.
T'as eu de la chance, c'est tout.
We had admin powers.
Hein? Rappelle-moi ce que tu disais sur les excuses des faibles.
Tu as raison. Ou plutôt, j'ai raison. Puisque c'est moi qui l'ai dit. Tu es bien plus fort que dans mon souvenir. Je te félicite pour ta victoire.
Et moi, je te félicite pour ta défaite. Tu avais raison, mon vieil ami. Ce duel était une excellente idée. Allez, viens, allons boire un verre. J'ai la gorge sèche.
So we actually don't have him prepped because we didn't fight him last time. Indeed. A robot dog. They share a few drinks, which Monoko can't drink because of his mask, and then they head back to the others. Did he just pour it on his face?
Alors, comme
Avoue que
tu ne peux plus... Au moins...
Okay. Is this just going to be the same scene again? Let's see. Okay, no, this is new. Monoko is thinking about what happened after the Painters was expelled from the canvas.
tout va bien.
Quel effet ça fait d'atteindre son but après toutes ces années? Au bout du compte, je ne suis qu'un gestral et je te soutiendrai toujours. Mais quand même.
Je suis désolé, mon ami.
Ce n'est pas à moi que tu devrais présenter des excuses. Je sais que je ne devrais pas m'attacher aux humains, car ce sont des créatures éphémères qui vont et viennent, et qui ne reviennent jamais. Et pourtant, je partage leur tristesse et leur joie.
C'est parce que Verso savait ce que tu étais à l'extérieur du tableau. Et moi, je sais ce que tu es à l'intérieur. Tu es l'ami le plus loyal qui soit. Et certainement pas qu'un gestral.
Quand je t'ai quitté, il y a 10 ans, je me suis convaincu que c'était pour le bien des Grandes 10. Mais, en réalité, je ne supportais plus d'assister à toutes ces morts. Expédition après expédition.
Oui, je sais.
Et pourtant, me voilà de nouveau avec toi. Suis-je loyal car c'est fondamentalement qui je suis, ou parce que c'est ainsi que Verso m'a peint?
Tu m'as suffisamment botté le cul pour savoir que c'est la première option. C'est qui tu es.
Tu as tout à fait raison.
Gare à l'excès d'arrogance, mon ami.
Parfois, j'aimerais que tout redevienne comme avant. Quand on jouait avec Cléa, Aline et Renoir. On avait l'impression que rien de mal ne pouvait nous arriver.
Les bons moments ne durent jamais.
En revanche, les mauvaises périodes semblent prendre leurs aises, elles.
À nous de faire en sorte qu'elles finissent par disparaître. Ça te dirait de partir chasser des névrons qu'on n'est pas du tout de taille à affronter, comme au bon vieux temps?
Ça me ferait chaud au cœur.
Alors, allons nous faire couper en deux dans la joie et la bonne humeur.
Such a silly sentence. Monoko is touched by Verso's willingness to endure bodily harm to raise his spirits. So gross. We're so gross now. Look at his fine white suit.
Alors, comment comptes-tu?
Avoue que tu prends ton pied, là.
Tu ne peux plus.
Gosh, we still have this same line though. We have to get through it to see.
Quelle belle soirée. Les couleurs du ciel. Les étoiles qui scintillent. C'est une nuit pleine de promesses.
Oui.
Nous allons ramener Noko.
Déjà, je croyais que tu préférais attendre que les choses se calment un peu.
Qui sait combien de temps demain nous accordera? Non. Offrons à Noko le cadeau de cette journée. Rejoindre le fleuve sacré ne présente pas de difficulté. Nous ne sommes pas loin. Il est tout proche de la gare. Nous devrions...
Ça ne fera pas plaisir à Golgra que tu passes devant tout le monde, d'autant que ce n'est pas la première fois.
Je verrai avec elle plus tard. Tu m'as déjà aidé à ramener Noko une fois par le passé. Puis-je encore compter sur toi, mon ami?
Toujours.
Let's do Monoko's. I kind of wish Monoko had more outfits. Because he... Yeah. We went to this because they go together. Obviously the Oskio goes with this set. But it felt a little too on board. So it's white suit it is. We have the sheet. We have like 3 different suits for him. He's got his flower and gomage set. The pure is... In terms of cool and not looking necessarily goofy, because I do think he looks kind of goofy in his different suits. So as far as like the cool factor outfits go, I think he only has 2: his original and the pure variant, and then his pure with the black fur is great, and it's the only one that he has with the black fur variant, which is kind of a bummer. I would love to have had more of the black fur variants in his different hairstyles. And then, of course, he has a bunch of ridiculous hairstyles. He's got his French bob. He's got the, where's the giant bulbous side ones? Well, yeah, he's got that one, too. Chic with the hat is okay. Where's the giant one? Here it is. This one is totally crazy. I mean, the pure is just the same as his normal one. It's just a different color with gold. That's his default outfit. And then, of course, he has his swimsuit. So most of his outfits just look kind of goofy on him. I would like more cool I mean, we've said that in general about all the characters. I want more cool outfits. This is where I think Sandfall kind of dropped the ball. because their expedition outfits are so cool. They're great looking, great designs, and I don't think we get any other outfits that match the coolness factor of the originals. Some that come close. I like the real Mael. I like the real Mael. The painted me is okay. I would love the real Mael gloves with the painted me. But for the most part, most of the outfits are a bit on the goofy side, or kind of tame side. But yeah, the expedition outfits are the only ones that I think actually have the cool factor down. And the real Mael. Real Mael is cool. Which is a shame. I'm fine with like I'm fine with the goofy outfits, but give us more cool ones. He has this one. This one's really cool. And these ones are a shame because these used to look really cool. They look weird now. At some point, I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it's a bug, but they broke these outfits. When these outfits were at the beginning of the game, when it's released, these outfits looked really, really cool. The color, the style, and the cloth pattern was super, super neat and ethereal looking, and now it just looks bizarre. It's almost like it's this cloth pattern that's on these outfits for her and CL. Like, these feel like far away, like long distance, low res textures that they accidentally applied to the outfit and they never fixed. The default look for this outfit is super cool looking, and it's a shame they never fixed it. And then the other problem I have with these two is that CL and Lune share body types. I think they just copied their models. And so for a lot of their outfits, they're just identical outfits. they're not any different. They just took one and copied it over to the other, which is a shame. So I was saying that about like the SKA outfits. The SKA and the Oskio outfits, you know, you have 4 basically unique variants of the SKA and Oskios. And then these two have identical shared ones. You gotta give me variants across all of them. Don't just copy and paste for CL and Lune. They need to be their own person. They need to be their own character. They can't be copying each other's outfits. So they're Sheik, Eskie, Oskio, Sokka Patat. I think they're civilian. Yeah, they're civilian. Then they both have the Danseuse too. I guess they figure like all of them are copied identical. They even have the same 2 swimsuits, same sets of swimsuits. And the only difference between these is the skirt. One of them has the white and one of them has the red. But of course, this is a copy from Mael's. But at least these two are different. At least these two are different. So yeah, my fashion snob side of me is kind of annoyed that they just did a lot of copy-paste outfits between Lune and CL instead of giving them more unique variants across them. Too bad. Too bad. And then, yeah, we picked Clea's outfit and hair for Lune. I just think she looks super cool in the way that she flies and floats. Suits the outfit really well. And Verso, you do look pretty cool in that outfit. It's too bad Sandfall decided to give you a really awesome looking outfit from Frozen Hearts and gave nobody else variants of the outfit. I like uniformity, man. I want more uniformity between them. As it stands, they all feel completely random. They're all so random. Especially you, Monoko. We're putting your white suit back on. It's Oskio face, because his white face matches the white suit. It's the only one it does outside of the Oskio outfit. And Verso, of course, has the unique flying Oskio outfit. Does that make him better than Lune's flight? Is Verso's flight better than Lune's flight? He's got rainbows that come out of him. He's got freaking rainbows. It's amazing. So magical. So magical, so beautiful. Too bad Verso's insides aren't as beautiful as his outsides. He looks beautiful. Take that back. Alright, let's go do Minoko's side quest, and then we'll come back and do everybody else's side quests. I say everybody else's. CL didn't get one. That feels like cut content. They just kind of get like a scene together. Everybody else gets side quests. Lune only wishes she could fart out rainbows while she's flying.
C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel.
Golgra is also going to be another one that we have to ponder whether or not to turn down. We beat Golgra when we first ran into her in the Justral Village. We beat her on times 20. We had not yet bumped it to times 50 yet. Times 20 was already quite a challenge. Oh shoot, I did not mean to run into you. We actually forgot to turn it up. We need to do that. Which shouldn't take long.
Sur moi.
Oh, that's not good. I actually wonder how much damage we would do with Lunes against them with no health bump.
Sur moi.
La chroma coule à flot.
See.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Pigment tombé.
Almost. Almost.
Que la foudre se mette à danser.
Okay, there should be a Justral. Yep, there he is.
ni soge gawilo. Alo, tu banana sita.
Mesata. 2 again today. Luna minding, keeping to herself down here. Just chilling. Got Zoe up top. Zoe up top. Waste no time. Nova tried to get up first, and then Zoe scared her away.
Wow!
You guys guarding anything?
Accrochez-vous!
It's hard to see around here. Wait, this isn't the same place. Where are we going? We're going to the river. Is this the river? This isn't the river, is it? Where's the river located at? It's over by Old Lumiere, isn't it?
C'est parti, mon kiki!
We'll have to come back and do this part. Put a pin in that. Can't forget about you. Sacred River. I like the Sacred River area. It's a beautiful area. There is some stuff to collect around here, isn't there? Let's take a look around. Wait, was there a flag at the beginning? We need a flag. Is there no flag in here? Shoot, we need a flag. We need a flag. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Is there one here? There might. Yeah, there's probably one near Golgra. There's gotta be. In case you need to make some changes. There's no map. There's no map. Oh, here. Should be it. Maybe. Interactive map. Maybe not. I guess because it's such a simple area, they're like, we don't need to do a map for this place. We'll find out here. We'll find out. I think there is a map. I think there is a map. Hi, Nova. What are you doing, baby girl? I think a flag. I mean, there should be a flag. Should be a flag. Because, yeah, if you needed to make some changes. If not, we have to leave and come back. We're gonna try to fight her on times 50 to start with. We'll see if that's too much. We'll see if it's too much. Golgra was definitely one of the most interesting boss fights. In the many different times you can fight her. You can fight her multiple different times. You can fight her here. You can fight her back to do a duel and get the alternate weapons, or the other weapons, I should say, and then you also fight her up in the hidden arena as well. She's hardest at back at home base. She's hardest when fighting her at the Gestural Arena. Ciel's missing some health. Oh, I forgot there was 3 in this fight. That's not good. Oh, well, we haven't changed the multipliers. I guess it doesn't matter. Gosh, we're dead.
Ton nombre n'est pas écrit.
Yeah, this is the general girls' Lumiere outfit, I guess. Ciel's wearing this in the opening sequence in town before the Gommage occurs. With the exception of the tights. Yeah, the tights are unique to this. Sophie didn't have these white tights either. And then Mael has the same outfit as well. But yeah, Ciel is amongst the a little nice little detail in the very beginning is Ciel is amongst the dancer. She's one of the dancers on the stage. She's wearing this outfit at that time.
Bonne pioche. La mort est son ami. J'attends. Essaie pour voir. C'est le moment de frapper.
How'd that not kill you? Yeah, I didn't notice it at first either. She's the lead dancer amongst the dance troupe at the very beginning, which, knowing that she's part of the dance troupe, it gives her reactions and lines in the Seren part of the game more meaning. Never picked up this. Master that. Well, so far I have not seen a flag yet. Still no flag. Alright. You're gonna miss the Golgra fight, although I think we have to leave. Unless the flag just randomly pops up here. I don't think there is a flag in Sacred River. I guess we could have just done a general search. Is there a flag in Sacred River? We would have run into it by now, surely. It seems a little odd that they wouldn't think to put one here. No, Sacred River is entirely without an expedition flag, giving there an untouched lore-heavy feel. I guess, from a gameplay standpoint, it gives it an annoying feel, because now we have to leave. We have to leave and go back to camp. And then if we decide we do need to change for Golgra, we're going to have to leave and come back again. Just give us a flag. I don't need... It doesn't need a lore reason. Give us any flag. It could be a 0 flag from Verso once upon a time. Because we're going to try Golgra on the ×50. I don't know who we're going to fight with her. For her. Oh, it's got to be Minoko, right? Yeah, we have no choice. So we need to make sure Minoko's lined up to some degree. But that's the thing. At ×50, is Minoko going to be able to do enough damage to take her down? I don't really know. I don't think he will. We do have... we're going to have to look at his points. He doesn't have a lot of stuff. We can apply powerful to ourselves. We can apply defenseless to her. We can break if we need to, although I don't know if that's going to come into it at all. We can give ourselves shields plenty. Should we do fire and void, or should we switch this back? What weaknesses does Golgra have? Does Golgra have any weaknesses? So we have the Duelist Storm. Might not be a bad idea to have at least 1 8. So he's going to have 100% critical. We do have Last Stand critical on. Got Solo Fighter on. Teamwork we could take off. Alright, Luna, take it easy. Oh, we get to play with Verso and Minoko? I guess we can leave Verso the way he is and just have him boost Minoko, perhaps? Okay, well, if they're together, then we're not going to get any benefits from solos. We can leave that on for the moment. We got double mark, we got double third. We need more than that. We should do like a big one. So many speed and critical rates, high critical rates. At death's door would be good, but we would have to remove the auto heal, auto tent. I don't have any good middle ground ones. And other than that, yeah, I don't. Nah, we'll just leave it like this. It's fine. It's fine. we need this for you? We're gonna be relying on Minoko to do all the damage. And even then, like this setup, going in with Minoko and Verso is like the worst possible combo I can have for this team. This is not gonna be good. I just feel like it's really, really not gonna be good. We'll see. We will see. I didn't notice you.
Oh, Miguel. Oh, Dieu.
Who am I kidding? Why are we trying her on times 50? We don't do enough damage with either of them for it to make sense. What weapon are we running on Minoko right now? This would all be about doing the shields, which obviously could be helpful against her. But this is when we were using him as support. Oh man, I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. But we might have to leave and come back again.
Ça faisait longtemps que je n'étais pas venu ici.
Le fleuve sacré. Faisons vite. Il ne faudrait pas qu'elle...
Minoko. Eso que mabano for me lazy.
She just appeared out of nowhere.
Comment as-tu su que j'étais ici?
Naru poquito bimido. Luna que de otro continente.
Évidemment. Vu...
Lukito menaru. Naru desejestraro. Rico femicora nisu.
C'est une règle stupide. Nous devrions tous les ramener sans attendre.
Surimoto priva caos. Pomocoriza magistraro puricono. Plus, como pumikira. Si tu rompe fosse de baby gestraro?
Dans ce cas, tu ne me laisses pas le choix.
Oh non. Réfléchis-y à 2 fois, Monoko.
C'est déjà fait. 3 fois même. Golgra, j'exige une résolution par combat.
Tu poquisorero.
Est-ce que je dois participer?
Aide-moi, je t'en prie.
Alors, pour Noko.
Kubarico femi.
vraiment. Provoquons un peu de chaos.
We got no red mass, do we? No, we don't. Oh, doggone it.
Pas de temps à perdre. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
À toi de briller.
Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko.
Un peu de violence.
Well, we should have stayed on the mark. Should have stayed on the mark.
Hein?
Tu t'en tireras pas. Cible marquée.
J'accepte votre tort.
Bon, tant pis. Frayons-nous un chemin. C'est le moment de frapper. Frayons-nous un chemin. Pas de temps à perdre.
Oh, I did it again. Dang it. I can't keep him in S.
Essai pour voir.
No, this is gonna take a million years. This is gonna take a million years.
Amusons-nous un peu. C'est le moment de frapper. Pas de temps à perdre.
À ton tour de danser.
Je crois que je vais improviser. C'est le moment de frapper. Je vais m'en tirer. Pas de temps à perdre.
À toi de briller.
Méfiance.
Un peu de violence.
I was curious. I was curious.
Je préfère ça.
Cible marquée.
Un peu de violence.
Ah, no, did I just screw myself? Ah, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, we screwed ourselves. Doggone it, man. Oh, that would have been a good hit. That would have been a good hit. Dang it.
On en finit. À mon tour.
Attention, ça va faire mal. Un peu de violence. Pas de temps à perdre. À mon tour.
Cible marquée.
Come on, don't rob me. Alright, even though we got 3 free, we're gonna do this anyways. Ah, we got robbed! We got robbed again! Come on. What is this madness?
J'accepte votre danse.
I'm so sad right now. This is gonna take so long. Is it worth spending this much time? Should we lower it down to times 20? MP, what is this madness? What are you posting?
Frayez-moi chemin.
That's not a roller coaster at all, MP. Someone on a bike. This would be worse. The joke of, Mom, we have this at home, is supposed to be that it's like, it's a pathetic variant. A sad variant. This is worse. This is worse than a roller coaster. Maybe you need to change it to be, maybe this is the dad, we have a roller coaster at home. See, if you were gonna post a video attached to Mom, we have roller coasters at home, it should be like a video where like just someone goes down a slide. That would be a Mom, we have roller coasters at home video.
Je préfère ça.
Prépare-toi.
Pas de temps à perdre.
On en finit. Cible marquée.
Do we have the powerful shields on him? Can we give this to ourselves? Can we give us a couple more shields? A little bit of a boost. That's the most powerful hit we've done so far, I think.
Attention.
We could be running glass cannon on him too, honestly, because she kills him already, I think. She already insta-kills him with one hit, as it is.
Pas de temps à perdre. On en finit. Attention.
Ah, so close. So close.
C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Ça, c'est de l'amour.
On les détruit. Pas de temps à perdre. On les détruit.
I risked it. I risked it. I risked it. Doggone it. Alright, we gotta back out. I think it's possible we could do this. It's totally possible we could do this. But my gosh, it's an insane time sink. We do not do enough damage with Monoko. Like I said, we could put glass cannon on Monoko. That would help a tiny, tiny bit. Itty bitty tiny bit. Man, there really needs to be a flag in this place. Can we just reload? Back when we were at the camp? When would that have been? Didn't my changes take effect though? Surely. Yeah, I would have saved right after we made the appropriate changes. Although his weapon's different. Didn't save the weapon. Pictos look right. Yeah, this has got to be right. Where's glass cannon? How much does glass cannon cost? 10. I didn't think about the fact that we have empowering dodge on. If we already have a decent amount of AP, we could simply dodge her attacks and get another bit of damage on as well. Yeah, that would help. Alright, MP, good night. Take it easy. Good night. Farewell. We also haven't been burning her either. Have I not been applying burn? We have to have been burning her. We need 4 more points. Oh, we didn't have teamwork on either. Welcome back, Luna. You're just in time to say goodbye to MP. And yes, always a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Be like MP and hit that like button. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We don't need SOS power. We're always applying powerful. So we just had to remember we need to do dodges. We need to do dodges. Alright. So we have enough for glass cannon. Gradient overcharge is not... It would be an interesting idea. 200% though. But I don't think any of his normal attacks do enough damage to warrant it. Although it would be interesting. 200% increase, and then if we also did the rounds, I'd be very curious about that actually, to see how much damage his normal skills would be. Oh, we can't now. We can't do the charging on the wheel, so it wouldn't be worth it. It would not be worth it. No, we're going back. Minoka doesn't do enough damage. It was too tedious. It was just very, very tiny, knocked down over and over and over and over again. It was just going to take way too long. Each successful parry increases damage by 5% until the end of the following turn. Taking any damage removes this buff. Is that better than the dodge? Wait, what is the dodge one called? Shoot, what is the dodge one? Cunningham, how's it going? Welcome back. Happy Saturday. This white suit is the civilian suit. The mask is Oskio's. I just literally was looking at what is the dodge one called? Do we have a dodge option? Is there no dodge filter over here? Because it would be under damage. Empowering dodge, that's what I'm thinking of. 5% can increase damage for each consecutive successful dodge. Can stack up to 10 times. So that's a 50% damage boost. Would it be worth giving up our parries and our AP gain to do empowering dodge? Or would it make more sense to do the parry variant of that? Which is what? Empowering parry? I mean, we could have both. We could have both, right? Powering dodge and that. You could technically have them stack, right? I have no idea. I guess we can try it. We can try it. Versus drafts is fun. We'll see. If we're still doing times 20 or times 50 when we go into versus drafts, I'm very curious to see how it is. Because yeah, a lot of the enemies in that area are definitely buffed up. I stopped using Stenhall. Our current Mael build does not lend itself to Stenhall. She's a one-hit Gomager.
Ça faisait longtemps.
Le fleuve. Faisons vite.
Monaco.
Comment as-tu su?
Un poquito.
Évidemment. C'est une...
Solimoto plus.
Dans ce cas,
Oh non. Réfléchis-y à deux.
c'est déjà fait. Golgra, j'exige une...
Oh
Est-ce
my
que je dois-
gosh.
Aide-moi, je t'en prie.
Let's go. There needs to be a full skip option.
C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
I got it. It's a good start. I'm sorry, what? I don't have Second Life on Verso? What bosses are in Verso? There's quite a number of bosses. There's some train station boss. There's a couple different chromatic bosses. There's like a giant Francois boss. There is Oskio, obviously. Yeah, there's a bunch of bosses throughout versus drafts.
Allez, finissons ça.
Seriously? No mark? Come on, man. What is this madness?
Allez, un dernier essai.
Yeah, I already told you this, Luna, when you asked the other day on the last Expedition 33. She's in Flying Manor. Flying Manor? It's like it's hard to miss. It's a floating island that has like a looks like a big building that's all broken apart. I think it's north of Endless Tower. I got it.
Une rage dévorante me consume.
Méfiance.
Provoquons un peu
I need an
de calme.
ability that takes his own health down. So we can get my shields.
Dégâts maximum. Frayons un chemin.
Ça, c'est de l'amour.
Too early. Daggone it, too early.
À toi de briller. La douce odeur du combat.
Alright, let's see. Well, now I'm getting the marks. At the beginning. Come on. Ah, robbed. Robbed.
Ah, ça va saigner. Amusez-moi un peu.
Attention. Méfiance.
Un peu de violence. Ah,
Still getting robbed, man.
Tu t'en tireras pas.
I forgot we need to dodge to amplify his damage somewhat too. Completely forgot. Nice.
Pas de temps à perdre. On en finit. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Oh, vraiment. Si on dansait.
Tu t'en tireras pas.
All right, Luna, take it easy.
Pas de temps à perdre. Amusons-nous.
Que choisir? Hein?
Weak sauce. Weak bloody sauce.
Dégâts maximum. On les détruit. Cible marquée. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Attention!
Ma partie favorite.
Dang it. Oh, what am I doing? Got it.
Dégâts maximum. Amusons-nous un peu. Cible marquée.
J'accepte votre danse.
Oh, how did we lose it already? It's supposed to last for 5 turns. What is it? Combined our turns and her turns? I guess that would make sense. Duck on it. It's gonna move 6 forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Quel superbe objet.
Dang it.
Il ne t'en tirera pas. On les détruit. Cible marquée. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
De violence.
We didn't get a single mark. That's awful, man. That's a lot of hits and no marks.
On en finit. Cible marquée.
Not one mark.
Je préfère ça. Ça, c'est de l'amour.
Remuons-nous un peu. Pas de temps à perdre. On les détruit. Cible marquée. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
Ah, too early. Dang it, we lost our ass.
Que
Of course we
choisir.
did. Oh, that would have been a glorious hit if we had a mark. Ah, we were robbed. Robbed. There we go. Just going Super Saiyan here.
Droit de briller.
On les détruit. Pas de temps à perdre. Tu ne t'en tireras pas. Cible marquée.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
À ton tour de danser.
Amuse-moi un peu. On les détruit. Cible marquée.
C'est le moment que je préfère.
We risked it. We risked it. Oh, we just got it. Come on, we need a good roll.
Ah,
Oh, that was not a good roll. It was a bad roll. Bad roll. Got it.
Attention.
That's fun. I like the violin. Violin's one of my favorite instruments.
On les détruit.
je préfère ça.
Oh, shoot. Whew. Barely hit that. We need slow on this.
Prépare-toi.
Should we apply defenseless? I don't know if that'd be worth it. We're gonna lose 4. Yeah, maybe.
Ça va saigner.
Can't decide. I'm gonna roll around. Oh, I want to keep going. I'm gambling. I'm gambling. All right, we're stopping there. Come on, roll. Ah, man! I swear, this game's roulette rolls are always against me. I think we've only done maybe 2 good roulette rolls this entire freaking battle. Ugh, I'm getting robbed left and right. It's getting to the point where I'm like, I don't think I want to use roulette anymore. I'm probably getting on average a 25% decrease in damage. Bloody hell.
Attends, perdre. Frayons-nous un chemin.
Ça, c'est de l'amour.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Oh, now we get a good roll when we don't have freaking defenseless on them. Gotta be kidding me, man. Hi, Luna. Why are you saying hi?
Pas de temps à perdre.
Although if your volume is off, you can't hear me saying hi. Which I did say hi to you, and you did before, but it didn't occur to me that if your volume was off, you didn't hear me saying hi.
Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Oh no, dang it. Why did I think there was going to be a different move?
C'est le moment que je préfère.
Dang it, I wanted to bump my shields. I can bump my shields.
Allez, finissons-en.
I can't bump his shields, which I wanted to do. I wanted to bump shields and I wanted to apply. God, God.
Détruit. Je vais me tirer. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
I did it again! It's not the right one. Oh, I did it again.
À toi de briller. Ça, c'est
Leave Verso alone! Leave Verso alone! Oh my gosh, what?
Ah. Ah.
On en finit. Tu ne t'en tireras pas.
Ah, you see what I mean? The game is like purposely robbing us.
Amusons-nous un peu.
We got everything perfectly lined up. We got a mark, we got defenseless on her. And then we get a crap roll. The game is messing with me.
Ça, c'est de l'amour.
C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Que choisir?
Ah, what? Come on, man.
Prêt à frapper. Pas de temps à perdre. Tu ne t'en tireras pas.
shoot. Oh, shoot. Not
À
Verso.
ton tour de danser.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Yeah, she hasn't been doing that one very often. She knew it. She was coming back for more. Come on. You gotta be kidding me, man. Watch. We're probably gonna get a good roll too. We didn't.
Quel super.
Obviously, it would have been better with the mark. So lame.
Je vais me tirer. Pas de temps à perdre. Je vais me tirer.
Ça, c'est de l'amour. Un peu de violence.
Is Defenseless even doing anything for us on this? Am I just wasting my time with it? It should be. We've just, like I said, we've just been getting really, really bad rolls. Really bad rolls. I don't know what we're at right now. We have to be 3. We're definitely north of 10. And we've only had 3 good rolls, I think. Which is really bad. That's really bad odds.
Prêt à frapper. Cible marquée.
Oh, way too early. Come on. There we go. What do we get with that? We finally got a good roll at the end. 27 million. 27 million. So we got 4. In that entire battle, we got 4. 4 good rolls out of who knows how many tries. 15? 15 shots? Hi, Zoe.
Vivo, tu come ha fatto? Un passani de squat sessione. Che legde.
Oh, allons. Tu as juste peur de mourir, avoue-le.
Ferme-la, tu veux, Monoko?
Yeah, that took forever, Monoko.
Che gade da incertain mese. Pure come a Wira, Monoko. Bano, che robani.
Je ne te dirai pas merci. Merci. Qu'il est bon d'entendre ta voix.
Tiens, salut, Noko. Alors, comment va mon marchand préféré?
Golgrin? Tu pleures?
Eh non.
Pas encore, j'en ai peur. Nous avons une mission. Tu te souviens de nos amis de l'expédition? Ils seront très heureux de te voir. Ils se faisaient du souci pour toi. Viens, retournons au camp. Nous avons trouvé tout plein de trésors pour toi.
Marotura Noko tu villaggio. Noko gani biva. Noko? Ni Boronakena villaggio?
Mais c'est moi qui dois veiller sur lui.
Je sais que tu veux garder Noko à tes côtés, mais il sera plus en sécurité au village. Tu pourras le voir quand on retournera là-bas.
Attends-moi. Je reviens le plus vite possible.
Vive Tobosira.
Alright, that took quite a while.
Ne t'en fais pas pour lui. Il sera plus en sécurité au village qu'avec nous.
Ça, c'est bien vrai. Merci de ton aide. Je n'ai jamais compris comment Golgra avait pu devenir aussi forte.
Je pourrais la battre tout seul.
C'est la dernière fois que je montre de la vulnérabilité en ta présence.
Allez, viens, rentrons au camp.
Alright, I think we're done here. I think we got everything on the sides. Bought the one merchant, bought all the Pictos. We'll have to see. Golgra might have been the test on how we're having to approach going into the rest of Act 3 and the endgame bosses. We'll see, though. We'll go fight some other ones and see how they are.
Ça va? Au moins Noko est en sécurité. Et il va pouvoir commencer à se réajuster.
Chaque fois qu'il revient, il change légèrement. Et je pleure la disparition de celui qu'il était avant. Mais il est toujours là, mon ancien mentor. Merci, mon ami.
suis rarement aussi nerveuse. Mais aujourd'hui,
Oui, je vois ça.
c'est pas que je m'en moquais avant. Je me préoccupais de la mission. Mais maintenant,
Maintenant, c'est personnel. Tu étais fermière dans le temps. C'est pour ça que tu te bats avec une faux.
j'imagine que oui. Fermière un jour, fermière toujours.
Encore que je me demande si une faux à 2 lames serait vraiment utile dans un champ.
Au contraire, tu verrais à quelle vitesse je suis capable de faucher le blé.
J'imagine. Ah, j'adorais les jardins de lumière dans le temps. Mais j'imagine qu'ils ont bien changé depuis.
Ils comprennent probablement un bien plus grand nombre de variétés de plantes qu'à votre époque. Les équipes sortant à l'extérieur du dôme en ont beaucoup rapporté des îles avoisinantes. C'est ainsi que j'ai rencontré Pierre. J'ai demandé à son équipe des échantillons de genêts jaunes.
Are you asking if I went for walks with either of them? Yeah, the first playthrough.
Il m'en a apporté un bouquet, ainsi que 15 caisses de plants.
Not this playthrough. Verso does not deserve any nookie. Now that I know that, I'm not giving him any.
C'était malin. Quand on veut courtiser une fermière, il vaut probablement mieux lui offrir des plantes vivantes plutôt que des fleurs mortes.
Les fleurs mortes, j'aime bien aussi.
Tu ne parles pas souvent de ton mari. Désolé.
C'est pas grave. C'est juste que... ça fait encore mal de penser qu'il est plus là. Nous étions loin d'être parfaits, lui et moi. Et pourtant, nous étions parfaits l'un pour l'autre.
Que lui est-il arrivé? Rien ne t'oblige à en parler.
Il est mort dans un accident sur une île proche de Lumière. Son corps a été emporté par le ressac.
Désolé.
Je m'étais préparée à ce qu'il se fasse gommer. Pas à ce qu'il meure d'une manière aussi aléatoire. Nous aurions dû avoir 5 années de plus. Ça va. J'ai appris à être reconnaissante pour les années que nous avons eues ensemble, plutôt que d'être en colère pour celles qui nous ont été volées.
That's literally the reason I did too. I mean, it doesn't feel like much of a choice. You don't know where any of it's leading. Although I did kept commenting that it felt like Lune and CL's interactions with Verso seemed very flirtatious throughout the whole thing. Yeah, CL's happens first. Lune's doesn't happen until after the prospect of CL being able to get her husband back. So it kind of makes sense. So if it felt like it was leading into it, and then even after you end up hooking up with Lune, CL even seems like she's giving them the go-ahead. Like, it's cool. You guys are good. But then, yeah. Turns out it was all meaningless. Bunch of meaningless nonsense. Because Verso's a wiener.
C'est une bonne façon de voir les choses.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Both endings suck with Verso in the end. Verso sucks, regardless of how you end up approaching any of this.
Au moins, vous vous êtes trouvés tous les deux. Tout le monde n'a pas cette chance.
I would like to think that Verso could come around and realize that it was worth living out, like, once he was able to age. Granted, Miles' ending is crazy. Her bringing back Verso when he didn't want to be brought back. But yeah, it would have been nice having an ending where Verso would have realized that these new people that he bonded with, developed relationships with, rekindled friendships with, was worth living for in a new life where he did actually age. Yeah, I mean, having a relationship and a bonding with Lune and then going with Verso's ending feels insane. But it's not like Mael's ending is that much better. I guess we can hope and assume that maybe Verso and Lune ended up together in Mael's, but you can't tell. No, neither ending is a happy ending. Neither ending is a particularly happy ending.
Oui. Je suis très chanceuse. Je suis rarement aussi nerveuse.
Oui,
C'est pas...
Maintenant, c'est personne.
I obviously missed a camp. I must have missed a camp. It must have been when we were doing the Axons. Yeah, that has to be it. I'm going to... Did I forget to go back to camp between the Axons? It's possible.
Je vais aller nager avec Esquier. Ça te dit de te joindre à nous?
C'est lui qui t'a dit de venir me le demander?
Bien sûr.
Quel gredin, celui-là. Il n'arrête pas d'essayer de m'inciter à me jeter à l'eau. Au sens propre.
C'est vrai que je l'ai entendu dire que tu étais une très mauvaise nageuse.
Est-ce qu'il est...
C'est vrai que tu sembles toujours mal à l'aise dès qu'on doit franchir une étendue d'eau. Tu ferais bien d'apprendre à nager.
Can't remember which one I picked last time.
Comme ça, si tu tombes à l'eau, je n'aurai pas à mouiller mes habits pour venir te chercher.
Quelle galanterie.
Que veux-tu? Je suis pour le travail d'équipe. Mais les vêtements mouillés, c'est tout sauf agréable.
Ta situation hypothétique est bien spécifique. J'imagine que c'est une bonne idée.
Elle est même excellente. Va te changer et retrouve-moi au bord du lac.
See, we're rehaving these conversations just to experience the French dialogue. But I kind of hate all of these interactions. Just knowing the rest of the story and knowing that Verso gets nothing out of this by the end of it all, that it takes one interaction with a mother that he keeps admitting is not his real mother, and then he just wants to throw it all away. It's madness.
D'accord.
I mean, CL... I mean, at least in Mael's ending, CL gets a happy ending. She gets her husband back. It makes me wonder if they end up having their child... Do they have their child in Mael's ending? Do we see it? I don't remember. We see her with her husband, but I don't remember if we see that they have a child or not.
Je tiens à dire que je sais nager. Je te rappelle que j'ai grandi sur une île.
She's still got her hat on. Why didn't they force her to not have a... They should have, for this scene, since they're forcing them to wear their suits, they should have removed any top and just had her in her normal hairstyle.
C'est juste que j'ai une aversion prononcée pour la natation.
Ciel is like Indiana Jones in this French playthrough that I'm doing. She never goes anywhere without her hat.
Oh, je peux t'aider pour ça. Moi aussi, j'avais une aversion pour les champignons, mais j'ai réussi à la dépasser.
Ah, dans ce cas, merci de me révéler ton secret.
Il faut affronter sa peur en face. Tenter de l'éviter ne fait qu'accentuer le problème. Esquier n'a pas arrêté de me servir des champignons à manger. Les premières fois, j'en suis mort, mais à force, je suis immunisé.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This changes everything. About the one expedition that died from the mushrooms because they saw that he ate some and survived. This is very confusing because if he did die and then came back to life, I don't know, that you would still think that expedition who died from the mushrooms would have at least seen him die or get sick for a little bit and then come back, and that would have stopped them from eating them. But if Verso partook in consuming mushrooms in that scene when he was already immune, and he let them eat the mushrooms without telling them? I don't know. I have no idea how that played out. We just know that we realized that the expedition that died from mushrooms partook because they saw Verso eating them. No, we're doing bathing suits for Renoir's fight, not baguettes. That's the plan. We tried to do that on the last... We tried to do that at the end of our completionist last playthrough. Unfortunately, finding out that you can't actually play him again, which is a bummer that they set that up. Because I assumed that after defeating him, when it reloaded you back to the flag, that it effectively just reloaded your save. But it didn't. If I had known that, I would have reloaded my save so we could have fought him again. So, our second fight with Renoir is going to be in this one.
J'étais aussi le capitaine de l'équipe de natation à l'école.
But yeah, we're doing bathing suits. We're doing bathing suits for the Renoir fight.
Et le fait que tu nageais avec d'autres enfants il y a 100 ans est censé m'impressionner?
Je sais toujours nager aujourd'hui. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on oublie.
Wait, what? Are you saying maybe that little child is Ciel's? Nah. If it was Ciel's kid, like, they would have made more of a point to show that he went to her, hugged her, walking with her, because she's walking with Maël. The little kid is walking with Maël, isn't he? Well, Verso died in the same way that he's died multiple times. In that he comes back to life, presumably. So he got cut in half. So I guess you could say he died, in quotes, he died. But yeah, there's an expedition journal that talks about how, like, the first time we came upon it, we didn't know who Verso was. And it didn't occur to me that it was Verso that ate the mushrooms until the second time we came around and reread the journal again. Then we were like, oh, it's got to be Verso that ate the mushrooms, but because he's immortal, the mushrooms didn't affect him. But now that we had this conversation, which is the first time, I think I chose this one. I chose the other one last time. I chose Monoko last time. So in this, he reveals that the first few times he ate mushrooms, he died, but then eventually he became immune to them. So that has really weird, possible insinuations that he didn't warn the expedition that the mushrooms were poisonous. The alternative is that was the first time he ate the mushrooms and then he died. But Yeah, it has to be that he already was immune at that point. Neither really makes sense. Either he ate the mushrooms for the first time and then he got sick and died, but then came back to life, in which the expedition didn't go pause and go, maybe we shouldn't eat these. It made him at the very least very sick, and it looked like he died for a moment. Or he knew that he was immune and that they can kill you, and he let the expeditioners eat it anyways, or rather ate it in front of him. Yeah, I'm already aware of the baguette thing. The swimsuits do the same thing. So if you've never experienced the swimsuits do the same thing. I'm already aware of the baguette and the swimsuit thing.
Allons, laisse-moi t'aider. Tout est une question de contrôle. On doit t'aider à te sentir en contrôle de la situation, ce qui te laissera le temps de réagir et t'empêchera de paniquer.
Très bien. Je t'écoute avec attention, ô sage capitaine de natation. Par quoi on commence?
Reste assise dans l'eau pendant quelques instants. Et puis, quand tu te sentiras plus à l'aise, on ira là où elle est un peu plus profonde. Et ainsi de suite. Jusqu'à ce qu'on arrive aux arbres que tu vois là-bas sur l'île.
J'ai réussi. J'arrive pas à croire que ça ait marché. Merci.
Quand je pense que tu doutais de moi.
Je reconnais que tu es un excellent professeur de natation.
Et maintenant, retourne là-bas. Vas-y, je te regarde.
Quoi? Sans un petit discours pour me motiver cette fois?
Alors tu reconnais que mes paroles étaient motivantes.
Au moins, elles étaient là.
I think it's supposed to happen with any scene with Renoir. It doesn't have to be the ending. I think it happens throughout the whole game. But I didn't really want to have them wearing suits or baguette outfits for the entire playthrough. I guess we could have done it for each individual scene. If I remembered to.
J'ai vraiment une sensation bizarre quand je la regarde.
Let's do Lune
Qui
next.
ça, Maëlle?
Elle a le pouvoir de recréer le monde. C'est une peintresse. Et pourtant, c'est toujours notre Maëlle.
Oui, c'est notre Maëlle.
Tu dis que tu as pris part à d'autres expéditions.
Quelques-unes, oui.
Yeah. So if you haven't done the one and you do another New Game Plus, try wearing them throughout. Whichever one you want to do, I guess that is.
Avec la 46 aussi?
La 46? Non, pourquoi?
Oh, pour rien. C'est juste que je me disais... Peut-être...
Ça doit être sérieux. Tu es bien plus éloquente d'habitude.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't do that for everything. I'm assuming I only saw and heard about the baguette and the swimsuit options. But you would think since there are other sets of matching outfits that they would do it with everything else too. Because you have the Eskie and the Oskio outfits, and you also have the Gestural outfits. But I'm assuming people have already tried doing those. Are you sure you went to the Flying Manor, Luna? There's lots of stuff there. There's a little Verso boy. There's a Gestural right at the very beginning of Flying Manor, and then there's a grapple that you have to use. And then there's 4 glass boxes at the center of Flying Manor with a little Verso fading boy in the middle of them. Yeah, but she's saying she went to Flying Manor and there was nothing there. Just white? Oh, that's not correct. Just realized I have a backrest pillow underneath me in this couch. Need to get that out of there. And giant rocks. Here, I'll show you. We can show you. Let's see. A manor in the background? That's not the Flying Manor. That is a manor. Are you thinking of the manor that's sitting on top of some rocks? And it has like a single flag? Because that's not the Flying Manor. The Flying Manor is flying. That, if you're describing what I think you're describing, yeah, that's not flying. Flying Manor is literally flying. It's up in the sky. That's not the Flying Manor. That's down on the ground, or it's on an island. The place that you're describing, Luna, is on an island, not up in the air. But here, let's see. No, definitely. If it was white and just a single flag and you saw a manor in the background, then that wasn't the Flying Manor. That was the island. That was like the like here. Here's the Flying Manor. I don't remember when I did the other manor location. But this is the Flying Manor right here. Like we're saying, it's literally flying. The other one's an island. This one's up in the air. From the looks of it, looking down below, it looks like it's right next to Old Lumiere and Frozen Hearts. Yeah, but what you're describing is the island, not the Flying Manor. You've now, you do have the location for Flying Manor correct, which is this. But what you described is the island with the little manor in the background. Which is the island with the manor in the background and it's white with a single flag. That is right next to the Flying Serpent, which is further southeast. This is Flying Manor. So as soon as you come in here, it's pretty big looking. A lot of broken stuff all over the place. And you'll find like a Gestural right at the start, and a grapple that'll take you down to the rest of the level. Where is he? He's somewhere over here. At least I think there was a Gestural at the beginning. Yeah, there he is. He's over there. Just hanging out. Chilling. Chilling out.
Tu trouves?
Désolé, tu disais?
Mes parents... Ils
faisaient partie de l'expédition 46. Je ne les ai pas accompagnés, mais j'ai retrouvé leurs traces.
C'est vrai?
Oui, sur l'île de Sirène.
Oh.
Tu aurais dû m'en parler plus tôt.
Quand au juste? Avant ou après ta trahison?
Don't worry, Lune. He still wants to betray you guys. Nothing's changed.
Touché. Allez, viens, c'est pas loin. Surtout maintenant qu'Esquier peut voler.
Non. Non, on ne peut pas se permettre de faire un détour. Pas maintenant.
Bon, si jamais tu changes d'avis, on peut y aller n'importe quand. C'est pas loin. C'est juste dans les environs de l'île de Sirène.
Merci.
Wait, is that it? Do we go there right now? Even though she said no? Let's go see. Because we've had access to it. Let's get glass cannon fitted on everybody. Except maybe CL. CL probably doesn't need it. I guess I wouldn't mind putting it on CL though. Powering parry we ought to put on everybody too. We need to move some of this stuff around. Let's see, where's glass? Glass cannon, we'll go ahead and put on. And we'll put him powering parry, just for the hell of it. Mael, we need to do the same thing. Okay, we need 10 points of doing that. I don't have Immaculate on Lune either. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea to put on as well. But we want glass cannon. We do want glass cannon. Girl, we don't have augmented counter on you? I don't know. Maybe it's gotten to the point where they have so much health that I don't care about the extra damage we get from augmented counter. I don't know. Hey, Zoe, be careful. Don't look. You okay? Don't look. Just pretend like it's not. Just pretend like they're not there. Poor Luna. And she looked at freaking Nova. Luna's literally just sitting here bathing herself. And for that, she got angry. The heck? Healing parry is getting kind of pointless too. Well, that gives us 10. That gives us enough for glass cannon. Do want empowering parry. Alright, I think we're good. We're doing okay. Alright, so we're gonna go do Lunes, then we'll come back and do Miles. Miles is gonna be the long one. Gotta keep clean. Gotta keep clean. We do have everybody else here. I mean, Zoe obviously left. We do have, we got Nova. She's chilling. Chilling like a villain. You wanna come over here, girl? Not your grumpy sister left? She did try to come over at first. Yeah, we got Milo at the end there. He's also just chilling. White, black, and gray. We'll see. We'll see if she wants to.
Accrochez-vous!
Les membres de la 46 sont tout proches.
Ici?
Oui, mais arriver jusqu'à eux risque d'être compliqué.
Tout est compliqué ici, non?
don't really remember this fight. Lune studies the door. Maybe she should try dancing a ballet. I actually don't remember. Is it dancing ballet? This should be CL. CL should be dancing. Okay. Well, if it's come to this, they could have actually had 3 of them, have one of them each do different trying. So you could have had CL try to dance, Lune try to play music. I don't know. Mael shoot it with fire. Yeah, I think OG Simon was our longest to beat boss, if I'm remembering correctly. I think he was. Not from what I've been told. I've been told it's taken people days to beat Simon. Days to beat Divergent Simon too.
Est-ce qu'il s'agit de...
Mes parents? Non. C'est Amélie et Christophe. Ils venaient parfois manger chez nous.
Je suis désolé.
C'était des gens bien. Leur journal doit se trouver non loin.
Jeez, Luna, you had to have been rushing. Man, I took my time. I'm not even including, like, boss fights. $12 hours? How many hours were we into the second playthrough right now? We were definitely north of 100 hours by the end of the first playthrough, but I guess if you're including like all the DLC bosses, yeah, I'm not sure. But we can see right here that I mean, I guess this, unfortunately, yeah, we're over 200 hours into the second playthrough. I wish this showed us the first playthrough's details, but unfortunately, it's mashed together, the second and first playthrough. I feel like 38 hours is super fast if you actually listen to all the conversations. There's so many places to see and go through. Right. I feel like even if you tried to rush, if you were trying to if you were trying to listen to all the dialogue, it's still a really long game. I mean, I managed to remain spoiler-free, but I wasn't like subscribed to any subreddits or anything like that. So despite playing the game like a full year after its release, I didn't have any spoilers. Yeah, I managed to avoid all spoilers. Here we go. Here we go! Chromatic glissando.
Flamme, obéissez-moi. Finesse et grâce.
le feu. Dansons. Fait mal. Éléments convergés. C'est pas bon du tout. À moi de jouer.
Does he have the same face as the one that's underground?
À moi de jouer. Attention.
Damn, man, those delayed attacks. Stop it. I don't know what you're doing. Stop it.
Lame affûtée.
I see. Bad roll. Bad roll. Doggone it. We didn't get our double. Let's save her. We're gonna save her.
Les éléments dansent. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. À ton tour de briller. Tout ce potentiel.
Question is, we're gonna be playing her again before we come back around to Mael, so we could do Skybreak instead. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see. Let's see how we go. Nice! That was the right call. That was a great roll.
Attention, Maël. Ok.
Too early.
Amusons-nous. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Lame.
Oh no! Oh, come on. That was terrible.
Par le feu.
Oh, what the heck, man?
Voilà notre chance.
Nova did join me. Nova did eventually join me. Well, girl, I don't know. We could probably just finish him off with Luna here.
Une tempête approche.
Well, we got robbed for a mark. We'll see. Yep, we didn't do enough. I mean, that was a bad roll, but if we had the mark, I think we would have killed it. Look at its crazy wriggling body. It almost crushed CL. Almost crushed her.
Quelle chance.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Lune, fais gaffe.
Je déborde d'énergie.
We killed it by blowing up its tail? Bloody hell. Are these all flyers? Are these all flyers? What? I don't want to fight 3 flyers, doggone it. Alright, they're pretty weak. I mean, at least we have Mael who can do multi-million hits with her free aim.
Dernière chance.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
La danse commence.
Flyers. I hate flyers. They're the worst.
Expédition 46. Annelie. Brigitte a fini par succomber à son infection. Elle a affronté ce maudit Névron pendant 4 jours et 4 nuits, ce qui nous a tous sauvés. Mais elle est sortie du combat lacérée de partout. Sur la fin, elle avait presque l'air en paix. Elle nous a dit de ne pas nous en faire en nous assurant que sa fille Lune achèverait le travail.
Okay. Luna's just done.
Ça va?
Retournons au camp.
It wasn't even from her own parents. And they were right. Luna knew it, and she did it. She wanted to just continue her parents' work. It's fine. If you go with Mael's ending, I'm going to assume her parents are brought back.
Depuis que je suis toute petite, tout ce qu'on a fait tournait autour de la peintresse. Cette crainte, cette responsabilité, elles ont toujours fait partie de ma vie.
Luna, are you asking if I beat the game? Like, beat the game at least once?
Elles ont toujours été là, à tout instant.
No. I mentioned that. I mentioned that several times to you at the very beginning. We're not fighting Renoir until the very end. It's going to be the last thing we do. We're going to do Verso's drafts, and then we're going to fight Renoir in Lumiere.
Toujours. Toujours. Toujours.
That's why we were also talking about, you know, wearing the baguette and the swimsuits. I said I'm gonna wear the swimsuits when we fight Renoir.
Il n'y avait jamais le moindre répit. Même quand je dors, ce sentiment reste présent. Comme si j'avais du mal à respirer.
Tu subis une terrible pression.
Oui, les derniers mots de ma mère étaient « Achève notre travail ».
Ça prouve qu'elle croyait en toi.
J'imagine que c'est une façon de voir les choses.
L'autre étant...
Que c'est la seule valeur que j'avais aux yeux de mes parents. Pas en tant que fille, mais en tant que plan de secours. Pour leur héritage.
Tu le crois vraiment?
Ils disaient toujours qu'au bout du compte, participer ça sert à rien. Tout ce qui importe, c'est les résultats.
Si tu détestes tellement ça, pourquoi avoir pris leur suite?
Je sais pas. Peut-être parce que j'entends encore leur voix dans ma tête. Et que c'est pas en m'enfuyant que j'arriverai à la faire taire.
Ils sont morts, tu sais. Cette voix que tu entends, ça n'est pas la leur, c'est la tienne. Même s'ils étaient encore en vie, la seule voix que tu dois écouter, c'est la tienne.
Ça se passe comme ça pour toi aussi?
Plus ou moins. Il y a des jours où je ne sais pas trop.
J'imagine.
No, that's not good on Cunningham. I think I have a bigger attention problem than I have a memory problem. So, I can forgive you. I can understand if you miss things. I think my memory's okay, but yeah, I have attention issues for sure. I definitely cannot multitask.
J'ai vraiment une sensation bizarre.
Qui ça?
Elle a le pouvoir.
Oui. Est-ce que tu as écrit cette fois? Encore des notes sur les névrons?
Non.
Zoe. She
Non.
was here first.
Alors,
Don't
théorie
come
sur
over
les
here if you're gonna be a
accents
big grump.
ou observation sur la faune et la flore?
Continue donc de chercher.
Eh bien, je t'ai vu interroger Monoko, alors traiter sur le comportement des gestrales?
Ouh, tu brûles.
C'est à mon sujet, pas vrai? La vie étrange et morcelée de Verso des cendres.
Eh ben, t'as pas plus long comme titre?
Eh bien,
Oh, vraiment?
allez, il n'est pas si nul que ça. La preuve, il t'a rendu le sourire.
Eh bien, si tu veux tout savoir, j'écris une chanson.
Une chanson.
Mes parents disaient toujours que la musique était un passe-temps frivole. Mais tu sais quoi?
See, they have so much in common. Again, this is just multiple things that bugs me about Verso's decision by the end of all of this. Whoop. Camera going haywire. 1 second. I don't know. It's just kind of like someone who's driven to the point where they feel they have to take their own life. You could probably still encounter people like that where you go, well, if you do that, it is going to cause the demise of your entire family and a million other people. So are you sure that you still want to do it? Some might say yes, but I'm willing to bet most would probably be like, no, I probably shouldn't. Verso's just like, nah, screw it all. I don't care. I don't care. And Lune and him seem like such a good match. Lune's getting the worst of this by the end of it all, regardless of the decisions.
Quelqu'un m'a dit récemment que la seule voix que je devais écouter, c'était la mienne.
I guess that's not true. Painted Renoir, I guess. Painted Renoir or Painted Alicia maybe has it the worst. Painted Alicia seems to be content, but her demise is not causing the demise of a million other people. So Alicia is fine. She's kind of in the same boat as Painted Verso, but she chooses to not cause other people anguish with her decision, other than Verso, I guess. Painted Renoir did not want to go. He desperately did not want to go. We forced him out. Painted Clea is definitely a bad situation, but it's hard to say what... You release her from her prison by the end of it. Luna, can we... You said that your first playthrough was, what, 37 hours? I have to say, I think, Luna, you can't consider that your first playthrough ever finished. Because you've missed a lot of stuff. You never got to Clea. Yet there's journals with Simon talking about this stuff. Simon fell in love with Painted Clea. And then Clea being indifferent and aloof and thinking all of this is nonsense. Clea came into the canvas, and she didn't like that her mother recreated her. And so she banished Painted Clea to the Flying Manor. And then, on top of that, she ended up tricking Simon into thinking that she was Painted Clea and having Simon do her bidding, which is how Simon ended up where he is. Yeah, you missed a lot, Luna. You missed a lot. There's a whole romance turmoil situation going on with real-world Clea essentially being a dick To be fair, though, if it would be, I keep bringing back to where Clea kind of views a canvas and the creations within a canvas as almost like playing a video game. You wouldn't, well, you might consider someone a dick if they did these things to video game characters, but probably not as much as if you were thinking you were messing with real people's lives. But yeah, Clea doesn't give a damn. Real Clea doesn't give a damn.
Et j'ai décidé d'être un peu égoïste quand j'ai du temps à moi. De toute façon, nos problèmes seront toujours là demain matin.
Je vote pour les pauvres égoïstes, à l'unanimité.
Oh, vraiment? Dans ce cas, ce serait peut-être une idée d'en faire une à deux? Tu veux bien rester avec moi cette nuit? Et m'aider à composer cette chanson?
Women, am I right? They can't just say what they mean. They have to go for a walk. Play a song. Will you help me compose a song? Just tell me what you're thinking. Just tell me what you're thinking. No. No nookie for you, Verso. You don't deserve it.
Désolé, mais j'ai promis à Monoko.
You're a bloody sociopath.
Ses jambes de Névron.
Je comprends. J'imagine qu'il ne peut pas le faire tout seul.
What is Luna insinuating with that comment? Considering she beats around the bush with everything else she says, what is she insinuating? Luna's like, huh, he wasn't interested. I guess he's just interested in gestrels. He has a thing for wooden people. That's Verso's preference. Verso likes risking getting splinters. Ugh, nobody write about that fan fiction. Wait, did we max out her
Je
relationship?
suis rarement aussi nerveuse.
Oui,
C'est pas...
maintenant c'est...
We've still missed something with her. Ah! What the heck? How did we fall so far behind on these? We had to have
Tu m'as jamais dit.
been
Comment une
jumping
fermière finit-elle par se retrouver à la tête
between
d'une école?
areas, and I just didn't think about it.
C'est évident, non?
Ah oui, très évident.
Pierre était bénévole à l'école. Il enseignait aux enfants comment naviguer et survivre en pleine nature. Après sa mort, j'étais au plus mal. À l'école, je n'allais toujours pas bien. Mais au moins, je pouvais sentir sa présence. Entendre les enfants me raconter des choses sur lui. Poursuivre son œuvre.
I love CL's twist. CL's twist with Esquier is such a fun bit of writing. I was thinking the story was going in a completely different direction when Esquier first was talking about how he remembered her and that she was a bad swimmer and everything. It's a sad twist too, but it is a fun bit of writing. CL and Esquier's connection. She doesn't go anywhere. There is no quest for CL, which is very disappointing. I don't know if they ran out of time. If there's one thing they could have added along with the free DLC, adding an actual CL quest would have been nice.
C'est logique.
Because, yeah, everybody else gets a quest. Well, I guess I guess Esquier doesn't get a Esquier doesn't get a quest. He should get a quest too.
Alors crois-moi, je comprends pourquoi ta mère a fait tout ça.
They should have given us CL and Esquier DLC quests.
Elle voulait se sentir plus proche de son fils, continuer à percevoir la présence de Verso.
Aurais-tu créé une copie de Pierre si tu avais pu? Même en sachant que ce ne serait pas le vrai.
That's a tough call. As long as you were able to... It's probably still not healthy. I was going to say, as long as you were able to come to terms that it isn't the real one, you might still enjoy the company of the new one, as long as you were honest from the get-go that they weren't the real thing. That's too complicated. It's very complicated. Probably the right answer is simply do not do anything like that. Don't do anything like that. It's not fair to the copy, for starters. It's not fair to the person you're creating, even if you were honest with them right out of the gate, just so you know you're not actually the real person. Because they have their memories, so it's going to be hard for them, too. Like, maybe you could create... Nah, even then. I was going to say maybe you could create a copy where they don't have the memories, but they still have the same personality. But even then, it's not healthy. It's definitely not healthy.
Si tu me posais la question aujourd'hui, alors non. J'ai vu comment la situation actuelle te tourmente. Et je ne voudrais pas infliger ça à qui que ce soit.
Yeah, Aline definitely went nutso. Not only recreating Verso to see him again, which even if you could consider it as some kind of elaborate simulation of being able to revisit your son, but then on top of that, she recreated her whole family so she could have them with her. It's super freaking weird. Aline definitely went the most nutso in all of this. Because it'd be one thing to come here and be like, I want to be closer to Verso, so I'm going to go into his canvas, remember the fun times we had painting and creating in here, and maybe I'll create Lumiere and the Lumiereans. But recreating the family? It's too much. Too much. Too crazy. Verso's already too much, but then like having the whole family there too is just bizarre.
Mais si tu me l'avais demandé à l'époque, j'aurais été prête à tout pour le revoir. Pour entendre sa voix. Ou sentir ses bras autour de moi.
At best, I was going to say like maybe doing a recreation could help you say goodbye if you felt like you didn't get the chance to, and in her case she didn't. That's the thing, like they're used to the Gamage happening at this point in the lives where like you know the time it's going to happen and you can have proper goodbyes, you can have last minute hangouts and celebrations of their lives and stuff, and of course CL was robbed of that. But you still have the problem with the fact that if the creation in question, if you consider it a being, then it's still unfair to that person that you made. So even as a way to say goodbye, it's still not a good thing.
Chaque jour, je ne ressentais que son absence. Le vide laissé par le fait qu'il ne soit plus là. La marque sur la chaise où il s'asseyait. Celle de ses pieds dans ses chaussures. Sa veste qui n'était plus portée.
This conversation killed me in my first playthrough. I don't like thinking about losing Cleo early. And I'm definitely selfish in that I kind of hope I do pass away before she does. It's such a selfish thing to think about, but yeah, I would I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do if she died early.
Tu veux savoir pourquoi je déteste l'eau? j'ai essayé de me noyer.
Well, unfortunately, it's a fact of life that you have to face for the cats. It's one reason I didn't own pets for so long. I did not like that they had such short lives and you had to deal with the loss. We've talked about that a lot. It's one of the reasons we ended up getting these two. Cleo wanted to get these two girls to help with the passing of our old ones. Because Milo and Zoe don't have much longer left to live. So she figured having two other cats already would help. Which I agree. It will help. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't like thinking about it.
Quoi?
Quand j'ai perdu Pierre, j'ai plongé dans l'océan et nagé aussi loin que possible de lumière, allant jusqu'au bout de mes forces et laissant le ressac m'entraîner au loin. Jusqu'à ce que je n'ai plus l'énergie de continuer à avancer. Mais je me suis réveillée le lendemain, sur les quais du port de Lumière. J'étais toujours vivante, et je n'avais pas la moindre idée de ce qui avait bien pu se passer. Ce que j'ignorais à l'époque, et que j'ai appris à l'hôpital, c'est que j'étais enceinte, qu'en cherchant à me noyer, j'avais perdu mon enfant.
And that's the thing, man. I completely forgot about the scene in Seren. My gosh, the scene in Seren is so much worse, so much harder once you know about the rest of her story. It's so heartbreaking.
Ciel.
Alors, je désire plus que tout que Maël ramène tout le monde. Que Pierre revienne.
I think CL's story made me the saddest.
Mais je sais pas comment lui dire que par ma faute, nous avons perdu notre fille. Elle aurait eu 6 ans aujourd'hui.
Je suis vraiment désolé.
Sombre et personnel.
Il m'est arrivé d'avoir ce genre de pensée, moi aussi. Pas de vouloir me noyer, mais tu vois ce que je veux dire. Ça aurait résolu tellement de problèmes. Pour tout le monde.
Verso.
C'est un choix comme un autre.
C'est vrai.
Mais il y a une créature que Verso a peinte dans son tableau. Un être qui aide toujours ceux qui sont rongés par leurs sombres pensées.
Tu veux dire...
Oui. Lui.
See, this is, again, this is probably why I don't like Verso's story and results in the way that they ended up writing them, is because I do love stories of connections and forgiveness and second chances and coming to terms, and that should have been what revolved around Verso as a character and as an individual being, which is what they constantly are talking about, the fact that he's not the original Verso. Does he matter? Does he exist? And we have scenes with Mael saying, like, you're you. You're not Verso. You're you. All of these should have built up a connection with him to where he can forgive himself and he can forgive others and realize that the bonds and the relationships are worth mending, building, and maintaining. That it kills me that they wrote his character the way they did. It's the one bloody blip in this story that I do not like. it's absent. His turmoil should have been a good fruition. He should have had the best character arc in the game. He's the one person in the game that should have had that well-developed character arc compared to all the others in the game, because we don't really get that from most of the others in the game. Mael probably coming the close, Mael/Alicia. Ah, it bums me out about Verso. It really, really does. I would even, and he's even talking about Eskia being a creation that can help those who are consumed by darkness. You could have had a moment where, like, Eskia, like, when all is getting to even most bleakest moments where Verso doesn't know what to do, and have Eskia come in and give him a freaking hug at the end of it all. To remind him that it's okay, and it's okay to feel bad. But there's still more to it all. Ah, it kills me, man. And yeah, it feels like up until the end of it all, the game or the writers are trying to convince us that these relationships mean something to Verso, but but to me, like, knowing the rest of the story and going back through all of these scenes, even through Act 3, never mind Act 1 and 2, or Act 2, it just feels like he's a bloody sociopath. he's just manipulating everybody, and he's completely disingenuous in most of the conversations that he's having. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
Maël.
J'en ai plus qu'assez que tout le monde me dise de rentrer à la maison. Alors n'insiste pas, s'il te plaît.
Très bien, comme tu voudras.
Ils comptent tous sur moi ici. Alors je ne les laisserai pas tomber. Et je refuse de t'abandonner toi aussi.
You see what I mean? With these conversations? Mael building up, it should be building him up. Not him being neutral and then being brought down. I won't abandon them, and I refuse to abandon you. Oh, I kind of hate him. Ugh. But I'm torn because he is so well written, and the dialogue is so good, and he's such an interesting character. He's an incredibly interesting and complex character, and that's probably what makes me hate it the most. Not maybe necessarily his character, but just what he could have been. He could have been one of the greatest written characters in any media or literature. Well, yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like they're writing him supposedly to be that way. I suppose you could say, like, if Verso has had himself convinced that he doesn't matter and that none of them matter or none of them truly exist, then I guess the fake, non-existent Verso is thinking that he's doing the best for everybody. But see, why does that matter? I feel like you can't go both directions. You know what I mean? The most complicated parts about coming to terms with any of this story is whether or not you can convince yourself that none of the characters that we grew and felt emotion for and had these conversations with, do they not matter? Do they not exist? Do they not have souls? Are they not real beings? And then if that's the case, then who gives a crap about Gustav? Who cares? Who cares that he let Gustav die? If none of them matter, and you're okay with the entire existence of everybody in this canvas ceasing to be, then who gives a crap about Gustav? Technically speaking, who gives a crap about whatever Verso happens to think? Not everyone likes Gustav. Everybody likes Gustav. Everybody loves Gustav. Gustav's death was tragic, but yeah, you do get to a point where, like, it's one or the other, man. Did you feel a connection to a character like Gustav? Was his death a travesty? If you're okay with the Verso ending, I don't see how you could have any connection to Gustav. But I don't know. I don't know how people thought. I don't know how people felt. Maybe they felt sad at the time, and then they became indifferent by the end.
J'ai trouvé la lettre.
Quoi?
La lettre d'Alicia. Il faut que je la voie. J'ai besoin de lui parler. Pour comprendre.
So we're going to make Verso lie to her this time around. I'm very curious how the conversation unfolds. Sadly, there's been a lot of conversations in this game where you are given two different dialogue choices that end up being completely meaningless. It doesn't matter which one you pick. It still ends up resulting in the same train of conversation, which is really weird to me. I'm very curious to see what happens when we lie to her as Verso. Oh, I've heard the reasoning behind the draw to the Verso ending. And the draw to the Verso ending is that they believe that Mael's ending as an alternative is unhealthy for Mael, which it is. And that it's healthier for Mael / Alicia to choose Verso ending. That you're effectively helping to save an addict by picking Verso's ending. But I'm still going, this is not a normal... Yeah, it's more of a trolley problem thing for me. Exactly. But it's not a normal should we save an addict situation. This is not a situation where, like, we have somebody who's addicted to methamphetamines, and so we need to help them save themselves, so we force them into rehab and yada, yada, yada. This would be an equivalent situation if we know someone who's addicted to methamphetamines and we want to admit them into rehab, but there is a big footnote attached to that. If we admit them into rehab, it's going to kill 1 million people. I don't understand how people can think this is the same situation. But, if the same people that are saying this is obviously the healthier ending for Alicia, and it makes sense to let them properly let go of Verso, properly release him by destroying the canvas, and then those same people that say all that also go, and on top of that, nobody in the canvas is real, they aren't real people, they're not real beings, they have no souls, then Verso's ending is a no-brainer. If that's how you were able to interpret the story, and that's how you come to terms with the story, which is that none of the characters that we... But this is where I get weirded out, because I'm weirded out that if you were able to choose Verso's ending and say, Well, none of the people in the painting matter. They don't exist. So who cares if you burn the canvas? But then I'm going like, if your thought is that none of these characters matter and they have no souls and they're not real beings, then that means a good 75% of the story is meaningless. If you're able to come to terms with that, it means like none of the precursor story involving Ciel, Lune, Eskie, Monoko, all of those characters' stories to me are completely hollow. So which is it? Do you believe that none of the beings are real and so you think Versos Ending is the best because it's the best for Alicia's health? But that means most of the story involved in Clair Obscur is just completely meaningless? How do you like a story if that's what you come to determine? The only thing I can figure is that people watched both endings, and because Mael's ending had a very disconcerting, off-putting feel to where it has a black and white nightmare moment, she very poorly decided to bring Verso back when she should not have, and then it kind of shows a glimpse, presumably, of what is happening to her on the outside, so her mind is starting to deteriorate. The only thing I can figure is that because that happens in Mael's ending, and nothing like that happens in Verso's ending, that they must automatically assume Verso's ending must be the good ending. But my assumption is just rather the reason why they added all the off-putting, disconcerting feelings to Mael's towards the end of it, where it goes black and white, Verso's there, oh no, Mael, why'd you do this? And then it reminds us that Mael is still in this weird limbo state in the real world, that the only reason they added that was to make sure that neither ending was definitively good or bad. Because if you didn't have all those weird, disconcerting moments at the end of Mael's ending would probably be considered definitively the good ending. Because you wouldn't see anything bad. You would see that everybody's alive, everybody's well, everybody's happy. So they had to add that kind of like, ooh, what's going on here? I'm not quite sure, to Mael's ending, so that it wasn't the definitive good ending. And then you were left with basically two endings where both are kind of making you feel kind of odd, kind of off. They're not, neither ending is a particularly happy ending. But like I said, if it was me and I was writing this, if I was personally writing this story, I wouldn't even have had a choice ending. I would have had one ending, and personally, I probably would have left it open-ended as far as what should be done with the canvas. Can it be destroyed? Can Mael figure out a way to extract everybody's chroma from Verso's canvas, and then she can insert it into a different canvas? But I definitely would have more rounded out Verso's character. I would have had Verso be that secondary hero character by the end of it all. There's going to have to be. As far as right now goes, there is no canon ending. Sandfall has not said there's a canon ending between the two endings. But the bloody game is being adapted to live action. So they're gonna have to pick an ending. Because I feel like choosing one ending or another is a cop-out. Lots of movies get made with multiple different endings, and then they put the movies out to test screenings, and they see which ending the test screenings thought was the best. And then whichever test screenings got the best results, that's the ending they go with. Unfortunately, a lot of writers have that kind of writer's block where they're like, we don't know how to make the ending. So we're just going to make a lot of different endings, and we're going to show them to a bunch of different people and see whichever one they like the best. And that's kind of how I feel like when this happens in games, when they're like, do you want to choose ending A, ending B, or ending C? Or for that matter, at least give us a... I don't know. It's not as big a deal in games where they do have a canon good ending. Like I said, I did say that one way that they could do it that might appease everybody, which is you need to make a middle ground ending. Verso, painted Verso or otherwise, can be gone permanently. That feels like the right approach. Verso needs to be gone. Verso needs to be gone. He does not need to be brought back. He needs his end. Verso's end needs to be the end of this story. However you decide to write him. Either he's got a redemptive arc or he's exactly the same as he is in this game in the adaptation. But you could find a middle ground. You could find a middle ground where the canvas does end up being destroyed or needing to be destroyed. But like I said, because we do know that Mael can sense the people within the canvas, and she's able to take their chroma and restore them, all you have to do is write that Mael figures out a way that she's able to extract and save the chroma of all the beings within Verso's canvas, and then release them in another canvas. And that would be one way you could have both endings. Canvas gets destroyed. Mael/Alicia doesn't feel like she has to stay in it because she's fearful that Renoir is going to destroy it, or Clea is going to destroy it, and the beings will go on living in another canvas. I don't want to happen. I'm going to find out. I know what's going to happen. I don't know what's happening yet. We're literally about to do it. Oh, they probably will. Well, like I just said, they do that with lots of movies. Lots and lots of movies film multiple endings. Clue, obviously, was a no-brainer where they filmed multiple endings, and then they went, we're just gonna put all of them out into theater at the same time. Which was a fun thing for Clue. And then they just put every single ending onto the end of the movie. But lots and lots and lots of movies have multiple different endings because the writers, and I'm sorry to say this, there's a lot of supposedly great writers in the movie industry that are not that great because they don't know how to write, they don't know how to end their own stories. And so a lot of times what they do is they will shoot multiple different endings and then they screen test them and see whichever ones they like the best. That might have been what their plan was all along. It's very fun and clever that they decided to do multiple endings for Clue and release them randomly in theaters. But we have to assume that they were probably planning all along to, like, tack them all together. For, like, the VHS home release. I guess they still had to decide which ending was the definitive ending in Clue, though.
Comprendre quoi?
Alright, Luna.
Pourquoi, maman?
Yeah, because that's what they did. Every print of Clue was random, so when you went to go see it in the theater, you didn't know what ending you were going to get. And I'm sure it gave it some replay value. I'm sure some people went back to see if they would get a different ending at a different theater. And then they just threw all the endings for the home release.
Quoi? Pourquoi elle a gardé ses cicatrices? Non, ne lui retourne pas le cerveau. Elle n'a certainement pas besoin de ça, et elle ne te doit aucune réponse.
I mean, it's obvious why. I think everybody's under the same assumption that the reason Aline recreated Alicia with the scars is because a part of her blamed Alicia for Verso's death. It was almost kind of like a way of punishing her. not allowing her to be the ability to talk and be scarred.
C'est elle qui revenait sans cesse vers moi. Je crois qu'elle a envie de me voir.
Laisse-la tranquille. S'il te plaît.
Tu sais, Verso, tu lui rends vraiment pas service. T'as déjà détruit son monde. Peut-être que je peux l'aider. Je sais bien qu'elle me doit rien, mais... peut-être que moi, je lui dois bien ça.
Yeah, we are too. We've discussed this many, many times. We're totally down that if they wanted to... Our fan fiction idea for the sequel would be to base it completely around the writers. Not telling you the time frame, so the twist would be that you would have a game based around the writers and whatever power they have. Maybe they have the same kind of power where they can create things. And then have the twist be that it was a prequel. The entire writer story is a prequel, and it leads up to the events of them and their interactions with Alicia, and how that ended up leading into whatever caused the fire and Verso's death. And then we were saying, like, if you want to do that for the second game, that by the end of it, you find out, okay, everything we've been experiencing has been in the past. We get to learn what happened between the writers and Alicia. What were they trying to do? Does it turn out that the writers are actually the good guys? Does it turn out the painters are the bad guys? You could have a lot of different twists for the stories and stuff like that. And then for the third game, you would have a sequel. So the second game would be a prequel, and the third game would be a sequel. And then the third game would combine both the writers and the painters into some new story going beyond. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I said. Because we don't know enough about the painters. We know that the Cassandra family is a little on edge. We know that Clea is super indifferent, aloof to all of this. She seems super serious. But it could totally turn out that... What I was saying is that Alicia has the opportunity. They have the opportunity to write this series through subsequent releases. They have the opportunity to have Alicia turn out to be a kind of savior character, where it turns out that possibly her interest in writing ends up allowing her to learn the powers of both the painters and the writers. It could turn out that the writers were maybe trying to recruit her, adapt her, because obviously the other options are that they simply were trying to manipulate Alicia in order to get closer to her family, maybe try to assassinate them. Or, and while that's possible, that could still be one of the end plans to it all, it could be that they were also trying to recruit Alicia to their side. And that maybe that's why she does have an interest in writing. We don't know to what extent and how long she was in contact with the writers. And we don't know what caused the fire. We just know what we've been told by the Cassandra family, which is the writers had come into contact with Alicia, and they believed that they were responsible for the fire that killed Verso when he saved her. But maybe we find out Alicia accidentally created the fire when she was tapping into trying out writing. Maybe she was able to create the fire from the ability to write. Because we were saying that too, like maybe there's some way that Alicia / Mael could save the beings in Verso's paintings with the combined power of the writers and the painters. Maybe the writers have some way of making creations become real in the real world. Or maybe through Alicia's combined powers of the painters and the writers, she figures out a way to bring creations into the real world. You could do all sorts of crazy things. Chroma explosion, sure. See, because, yeah, we don't know the details. We don't know exactly what caused the fire. There's so many fun things you could do with the follow-up stories. I don't want to fan fiction theorize too much about it. I don't like theory crafting too much, because my worry is that eventually they're gonna release the stories for the future games, and they're not gonna be as good as the ideas that we had. But needless to say, the universe is so expansive, and they've only just scratched at it. It's such a fascinating universe and such a fascinating idea for the universe. There's been some fantasy novels and fantasy universes that kind of are similar in a few different ways, but I love the idea of this universe, and they can expand on it so many different ways. That's exactly what I said. Yes, that's exactly it. That maybe through her disinterest in painting is what leads her to have an interest in writing, and that is what possibly also leads her into maybe getting in touch with the writers, or them being interested in getting in touch with her, because she's not the same gifted painter as the rest of her painter guild family. But we have touched on the fact that, like, before I realized the extent of this story, or the fact that we were inside a canvas, I was thinking that it was going to turn out that that the family just had powers to create in multiple different ways, because we kept seeing each of the Desandra family have different interests. We saw Ciel with the writing, Clea with like sculpting, Verso with music. So I was wondering if the story was going to go that way, that they just were like, they were creators, and their power to create could be brought, like creations could be brought to life through their art in many different ways. It didn't turn out to be that way, but that's what I was thinking at first. Right. And of course, you look at that tiny painting, and then obviously she's nowhere near as gifted as her siblings, or the rest of the family for that matter.
Et on va éviter de parler de ce que toi, tu lui dois. Tu n'as pas envie de la revoir?
Bien sûr que si. Mais elle ne veut pas me voir. Pas après tout ce qui s'est passé.
Dans ce cas, elle nous mettra dehors et on la laissera tranquille. C'est bon? C'est d'accord? Génial. Où est-elle?
Si je devais deviner, il y a un endroit qu'elle adore, au sommet de la montagne proche du monolithe. Avec le 3e accent.
Oh, celui-là. On dirait qu'il va falloir grimper alors.
So yeah. The writing thing is definitely a big little, I don't know, possible hint. The fact that, because we don't have it outright stating that she is a writer, but the fact that she's got all these books and she has 2 different typewriters in her room, it seems like it should be obvious that it's leaning that way, that she probably took an interest in writing, and being that there's a faction of writers and painters, you could imagine when her parents, or at least her mother, are trying to push painting on all of them, make sure that they're taking paint classes and all that stuff, that her having an interest in writing would probably be in conflict of interest. But it shapes it up for a potentially very, very interesting story.
Renoir fait vraiment très peur quand il est en colère.
And to me, the obvious way to go is to make Alicia be this kind of, in this expanding, like if they're doing like a trilogy of stories, have Alicia be this kind of middle ground hero where she's able to adapt the powers from both the writers and the painters. And she becomes this, like, you know, Luke Skywalker, or I guess, or Anakin Skywalker, depending on how you want to look at it, that brings balance and ends the war and stuff like that.
J'imagine qu'il n'est pas si différent de mon père.
C'est un peu comme s'ils étaient cousins.
Je n'arrive pas à croire que tu l'aies dit à Ciel, pour le vin.
Oh, eh bien, c'est qu'elle sait se montrer très persuasive.
Vraiment?
Oui, et aussi, quand elle me sourit, j'ai comme tout plein de papillons dans le ventre.
The next time someone asks me which is my favorite of the voice actors between the English and the French, I'm just gonna take the cop out and I'm just gonna start saying Esquier. Esquier is my favorite.
Autrement dit, il a suffi qu'elle te sourie pour que tu craques. Décidément, avec toi, mes secrets sont bien gardés.
Oh, et moi qui croyais que c'était ton vin que je gardais, plutôt que tes secrets.
Justement, parlons-en. Elles ont presque tout bu. Il ne reste quasiment plus rien.
Je pensais que tu comprendrais. Inutile de me mentir. Toi aussi, quand elle te sourit, tu as comme plein de papillons dans le ventre. Hein?
J'ai pas du tout de papillon.
Vraiment? Parce que j'ai comme l'impression que tu rougis, là. Oh, oh, et tu sais quoi? Elle m'a montré une très jolie pierre.
Tu lui as donné mon meilleur vin contre une pierre. J'espère au moins qu'elle est exceptionnelle. Comment tu l'appelles?
Ah, elle ne s'est pas encore présentée à moi, alors je ne sais pas comment l'appeler ou quel est son pouvoir spécial.
Je vois.
Oh, mais l'une m'aide à l'étudier. Elle s'y connaît pour ce qui est des pierres, tu sais.
Évidemment.
L'une sait beaucoup de choses sur tout plein de sujets. C'est vraiment très chouette de parler avec elle. Surtout qu'elle s'intéresse à tout. Un peu comme toi quand on s'est rencontrés. Tu te rappelles? Tu avais tellement de questions à propos de moi, de toi et de tes...
Parce que tu parles à Lune aussi?
Ben oui, pourquoi? Tu le fais bien toi aussi, non? Vous êtes même tout le temps en train de parler.
Ouais, eh bien...
Et avoue que toi aussi, tu aimes bien qu'elle s'intéresse à ce que tu dis.
And see, this is where like it's kind of like, obviously I joke about Verso being a sociopath, but it's clear from the writers that they're trying to hint at like him actually genuinely bonding with everybody. Between the very first moments where Monoko goes, "You're getting kind of close to them, Verso. Like, are you meaning to be this attached? Are you getting too attached to them?" And you got stuff like Esquier, like, you know, nudging him and prodding him. He's like, "I can tell you like them."
Ce n'est pas ce que je... Qu'est-ce que tu veux Bon, non, laisse tomber. On s'éloigne du sujet, là.
Tu rougis.
Non, pas du tout.
Tu as envie d'un câlin?
I said of course last time.
Non.
No hugs. No hugs for Verso.
Vraiment?
Allez, viens ici, mon gros
Nah,
ballon
see,
préféré.
it still leads there. You can't change anything. And how could you give a big old hug to Esquier and want to leave him behind, man? You can't leave Esquier behind. He's just a big old teddy bear. He probably has the best hugs, man. Could you imagine hugging him? You could jump on his belly.
Renoir fait vraiment très peur quand il...
J'imagine qu'il n'est...
C'est un peu...
Ça, c'est ta tête des mauvais jours.
Pourquoi tu m'as caché Vori?
Mm-hmm. And how?
Oh, mais ce n'est pas moi, J'avais peur que les autres veuillent rentrer à Lumière, si tu avais la possibilité de les ramener là-bas en volant.
C'était vraiment méchant. Des fois, tu es vraiment méchant. Mais on n'est pas toujours méchant par méchanceté.
Oui, exactement.
Tu es exactement comme François.
Il détesterait t'entendre dire une chose pareille.
Oh, oh! Et François est exactement comme toi.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire par là?
Oh, oh, des méchants qui cachent des choses mais qui ne sont pas vraiment des méchants. Perso, je me souviens.
Oula, du calme. De quoi tu te souviens?
Je sais où j'ai perdu Souris.
Ah oui, Souris. D'accord. Et donc, où est Souris?
Je l'ai laissé dans la grotte de François.
D'accord.
Nova keeps gravitating down closer and closer to Luna.
Et c'est laquelle déjà?
Souris m'aide à nager sous l'eau.
Ah, oui, c'est vrai, c'est vrai. François ne te la rendra pas sans combattre.
Oh, je préférerais ne pas avoir à me battre. Il était tellement en colère la dernière fois. Peut-être que si tu lui chantais une petite chanson, ils passaient leur temps à chanter, Cléa et lui. Ça lui faisait tellement plaisir. Et tu as une voix splendide, tu sais.
Merci, Esquier. Mais honnêtement, je ne suis pas sûr que François ait envie de m'entendre chanter.
Oh, 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 je sais. Et si tu dansais avec lui? Tu es un excellent danseur.
Parce que François sait danser? Je ne l'ai jamais vu bouger. À part peut-être quand il dodeline légèrement la tête. Enfin, bref. Et si on lui proposait plutôt quelque chose en échange? Qu'est-ce qu'il aime? Les fleurs? Les fruits? Ce qui brille?
Maybe Francois used to be able to dance. Maybe all Francois had those giant, feminine, lengthy bodies versus drafts. If you haven't done versus drafts, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. Can we look it up? If I type in feminine Francois, will it actually know what I'm meaning? Let's see. Alright, that didn't work. Wait, is it Francois? Here we go. Yeah, not Francois. It didn't know what I meant. feminine Francois did not yield the results I was looking for. Well, there's who I'm thinking of. Fortunately, I can't make the image bigger, can I? Right there in the middle. Francois with a big leggy body. I mean, clearly it's finding. I don't think I gotta type in E33. It's like Francois with a body. Nope, that didn't work either. If I don't remember what they're called. What are they called? What's the name of the Francois with a curvy body? There's a lot of Francois variants. Are they called Franc tails? Is that what they are? I mean, here is another Francois looking character. That's not the same one, but here's another one. That's Francois. That's Francois when he used to have a body. That's the lore in my own head. That that Francois used to have a tall body, and then he lost it at some point. Let's see. Is there any other ones that I'm missing? Yeah, because there are some Francois-looking guys that don't have bodies there, too. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting Francois-looking characters throughout throughout Versus Tales. Including a couple boss fights.
Oh, je sais, on va lui offrir une autre pierre.
See, I didn't find Renoir's enemies very difficult. Obviously, Simon was crazy hard, but Renoir's drafts, as far as the level goes, wasn't as hard as Versus drafts to me.
Une meilleure pierre.
Meilleure comment?
On va en choisir une qui ressemble à François et on peindra une clé à miniature dessus.
Bah, après tout, pourquoi pas?
Bah, au pire, si on n'y arrive pas, tu n'auras qu'à te battre contre lui.
Ça m'aurait...
Ouh. Et pourquoi pas
Do we have to
cette
fight Francois
pierre-là?
here? Because I do not have the right weapon on Verso for fighting anybody.
Génial! Tada!
Beautiful.
Tu ne trouves pas qu'elle lui ressemble comme deux gouttes de pierre? On dirait presque que François est là avec nous. Bon, très bien. Je suis prêt.
Attends, tu veux y aller tout de suite?
Oui, oui, oui. Ça ne sera pas long maintenant que je peux voler. Allons voir François!
Let's go see Francois. Yeah, I don't. I'm running. I'm running a support blade on him. We're not gonna be able to fight him. Definitely not on times
Te
50.
revoilà, toi.
Franfran!
Je t'interdis de m'appeler comme ça.
We don't need this stone either. It's completely not necessary.
Tu as souri! Pourquoi tu ne me l'as pas dit?
Prouve-le.
On t'échange souris contre ce splendide portrait de toi.
Parce que c'est à moi que ce truc est censé ressembler?
Je trouve que ça capture parfaitement ton moi intime. Pas toi?
I love that the battle music is kicking in right here.
Même pas en rêve. C'est souris que tu veux? Viens la chercher.
We are not going to be able to beat him.
Bon, tant pis.
Too soon. And we don't have second chance with Verso either. Oh, it just threw us back here. Why don't we have second chance on Verso? We kept having to resurrect him. Did I have second chance? Oh no, CL is running second chance. We do have AP discount on him. Let's just put second chance on. I need 10 more points. Well, I need 8 more points. I guess we could give all these... How many spare points do we have? We have 5. We don't have enough. That'll help a little bit. Bloody hell. Second chance is expensive. Just for 1 revive? Come on now. We're going to be 1 shy, aren't we? Although we would want the other one, I guess. Yeah, we want Solo Fighter. We're 2 shy. 2 shy. 2 shy to fight. Well, we don't need this. We could... giving him shields right out of the gate might be good. That could be good. And his super shot won't insta-kill us. This costs 10. Because, yeah, we could do this. Shields on battle start. We would need 7 free points. 7 free points. We don't have good critical rate on him either. This is impossible. This is impossible. Well, I mean, we'll drop times 50 just so we can get through the fight. This won't be that big of a deal. We'll give him multiple chances. Multiple chances.
Renoir fait vraiment très peur quand il est en colère.
Subject, how goes it? Welcome back. Happy Saturday. Oh, this is... Gosh, we're gonna go through all this again.
Bon.
Attends.
Okay, we don't.
Oui, oui, ça ne sera
I
pas
thought
long.
we were gonna have to go through the whole precursor conversation.
Ah, te revoilà.
Franc,
Je t'interdis de m'appeler comme ça.
tu as souri.
Prouve-le.
On t'échange sous...
Parce que c'est à moi que ce truc...
Je trouve.
Man, I never know when to go for this. We never fight on the one.
Frayons-moi chemin. Cible marquée. À mon tour.
I just don't know when it is. I mean, it's not hard to parry, I guess, as long as you know when to actually initiate it. But you fight him so infrequently. It's like impossible to say.
Je suis immortel. Je vais m'en tirer.
You don't have to parry. You can dodge, like I just did. Dodge it every time. Use the bigger window.
Bon, d'accord. Tiens.
If you miss, yeah, obviously you're gonna die.
Prends là ta fichue pierre et dégage.
Oh, souris, qu'est-ce que tu m'as manqué. Merci, Franc.
En revanche, tu peux laisser l'autre.
Oh,
See, he liked it.
François.
He liked it. Look at how beautiful it is. It's so sad.
Elle lui manque vraiment.
Francois has the saddest story. I forgot about Francois' story. It's Francois at the top. I mean, it doesn't really matter what level you are. I mean, his ice attack's gonna kill you if it hits you.
Maintenant que j'ai retrouvé Souris, on va pouvoir explorer sous l'eau.
Liar.
C'est toi le meilleur, Verso.
I was so excited that we were gonna get have like completely new areas that we were gonna be able to access by going underwater. Nope. Not at all. Unless you count, well, I guess Renoir's Drafts. That would be the one and only one. But I don't think, do you need the stone to access Renoir's? Surely you do. That's the one place that's underwater. That's a new area.
Heureux d'avoir pu me rendre utile.
Tu fais bien plus que te rendre utile. Tu es le plus intelligent et le plus rapide et le plus drôle et le plus fort et le plus mieux et le plus douillet.
Stop calling me Fluffy.
Le plus douillet?
Ben oui, ton âme est toute douillette.
Look, even SKA's hinting at it.
Merci. Enfin, je crois.
De rien.
SKA would know. He's been around forever. We're still not at max for him? What? How is this possible? Does he have one more thing?
Renoir,
J'imagine qu'il n'est pas...
c'est un peu...
Bloody hell.
Cléa manque vraiment à François, pas vrai?
So yeah, it was CL. CL's the only one that doesn't have a side quest. Even SKA got a side quest. CL's the only one.
Oui, il l'attend tous les jours. Il a cessé de chanter quand elle est partie. Mais ce n'est pas grave. Elle finira par revenir lui rendre visite, et alors, il sera de nouveau joyeux.
Tu le crois vraiment?
C'est sa meilleure amie. Ça fait plusieurs siècles qu'elle est partie, mais elle ne l'abandonnera pas comme ça. Tout comme toi, tu ne m'abandonneras jamais.
Est-ce qu'il te manque? Verso. Je veux dire, ton Verso. Le vrai Verso. Oui, bien sûr. Pardon, je sais pas pourquoi je t'ai demandé ça. C'était vraiment stupide. Mais je me demandais ça parce que tu ne le mentionnes jamais en ma présence.
C'est parce que ça te rend triste.
Est-ce que ça te dérange que je ne sois pas lui, je veux dire?
Tu es mon ami. Et l'autre Verso l'était aussi. Vous êtes cousins. Pareil, mais aussi différents. Pourquoi ça devrait me déranger?
You see what I'm saying? Am I crazy? It totally feels like the writers were aiming it to go one direction and then they just changed their minds. Everybody under the bloody sun, everybody close to him is reassuring him throughout this whole frickin' thing.
Esquier, merci, mon ami.
Nous partirons toujours à l'aventure ensemble?
This conversation sucks. SKA is such a big, lovable teddy bear. The bond between Verso and SKA is now unbreakable and eternal. Except when Verso decides that it's not anymore. But I did say there was one thing they could have done. They could have done alternate endings where you don't just simply pick A and B at the end. They could have had branched alternate endings like they do in so many other RPGs and games, which is that depending on what you did, it would lead to a specific ending. So you could have had an alternate ending that you would only be able to get in this game if you maxed the relationship bond with everybody. Then you would get a secret alternate ending. And if you missed any of them, you wouldn't. That did not happen. That did not happen. I mean, that's how a lot of games do it. That starts dabbling into kind of a choose your own adventure. Decisions that you make lead to different outcomes, which I thought that's what this game was doing, because they do have like a bunch of different dialogue options that you can pick. I didn't realize that in my first playthrough that none of the dialogue options you pick really have any, lasting effects on anything. But they could have. And even in this case, it wouldn't be like decisions and choices of dialogue that you pick would lead you down a particular path. It would just simply be, did you max out the relationships with your companions? If you didn't, then you get one ending. If you did, then you get another ending. Oh, we got to check up on others now. I think we maxed out everybody just now.
Esquier.
Quelque chose ne va pas, mon ami?
Quand on s'est rencontrés, qu'est-ce que tu as voulu dire en m'appelant mon ami nul en natation?
Je n'ai jamais dit ça.
Si, je m'en souviens très bien.
Oh, vous voulez dire la deuxième fois qu'on s'est vus?
Quoi?
Oui, dans la grotte.
Désolée, je suis un peu perdue là.
Oh oui, moi aussi. C'est marrant.
Comment ça, la deuxième fois?
La première fois, c'est la numéro 1, et la deuxième, la numéro 2.
Oui, ça, je comprends. Mais alors, j'étais en train de nager? La première fois qu'on s'est vus?
Oui. Et puis vous avez arrêté de nager. En plein milieu de l'océan. C'est dangereux, vous savez.
Mais alors... C'est toi? C'est toi qui m'as sauvée à l'époque? Attends, mais... comment?
J'ai entendu vos larmes.
D'aussi loin que ça?
Je les ai entendues, alors je suis venu.
Ah, je vois. Merci.
Encore des larmes? Décidément, vous aimez beaucoup pleurer.
J'imagine que oui.
Verso aussi aime beaucoup ça.
Oui, je sais.
Vous cherchiez quelqu'un à l'époque? Vous l'avez trouvé?
Non, hélas. Mais j'espère que je le retrouverai bientôt.
Moi aussi, je suis triste quand je perds mes pierres. Mais je finis toujours par les retrouver. Et je sais que vous aussi, vous y arriverez.
T'es vraiment le meilleur, mon ami.
I love Esquier. Esquier is great. I know there hasn't been any confirmation about returning actors for the adaptation, even though I would think some would be easy enough to do. Charlie Cox would be easy enough to play Gustav. Andy Serkis would be easy enough to play Renoir. But some of these actors should definitely return for voices. Like, if you're gonna do a live adaptation of this story, you gotta get the voice actor of Esquier, right? It'd be absurd if they didn't. Where am I? Why were we right here? Oh, because we went and visited Francois. Right. All right, bloody hell, we've been streaming a long time. Let's see if let's see if we can do Mael's side quest. Yeah, that's the question. How difficult is Alicia gonna be? Let's go! And of course, a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, it is a small kindness, but it does go a long way. I do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at this. Esquier, you can land. You don't have to flap your wings this whole time. He's just gonna stay over here, flap his wings forever while we're waiting. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This level's crazy. Such a big level and going on the vertical. It's a pretty neat level in that regard. It is a long part.
Un autre accent? Comment se fait-il qu'il soit si grand?
Elle était plus petite avant, mais elle rêvait d'atteindre les étoiles.
Papa et ses paraboles.
Parabole?
Il ne peint jamais juste pour peindre. Avec lui, tout doit avoir plusieurs niveaux de sens, avec un but très précis. Il doit y avoir une leçon.
Et quelle est la leçon ici?
L'espoir.
Alice. Ma sœur est au sommet.
Et papa sait que j'ai le vertige.
I was kind of disappointed that we didn't get to fight another, like, large Axon, though. I figured that's what we were leading into. It did not happen. Did not happen. I'm gonna change Miles' hair back as we lead into this. I know. I said I was disappointed that we didn't get to fight another large Axon.
Celle qui tente d'attraper le ciel.
Je déteste grimper.
Alicia is a very tiny... Well, I guess, I don't know. Alicia... The Axon... I guess technically isn't Alicia, though? Like, we see the Axon. It's the figure. I guess the Axon technically is the tall figure, but then we also see the smaller figure inside, at the top, inside of its head. That's the Axon, really. But we just end up fighting Alicia. Cunningham, take it easy. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping in. Enjoyed the conversations, and we'll see you next time. Good night.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
This is a really neat level, though. I love how different so many of the levels are to one another. Always something new and interesting. Hey, fellas.
À moi de jouer.
Yeah, we need to start letting the fights just happen without us hitting them, so that Mael always goes first. Or we just need to add her. We just need her to be the leader. In general, I just need to resort them. Light Town. We should return to the Dark Souls series, or rather, start the Dark Souls series. I was thinking of Demon Souls. We should start the Dark Souls series.
Faisons couler l'encre. Par le feu. En défense.
À moi de jouer.
Do we not have burn set up on her? I don't know. It's fine. Big Little Nightmares kids. That is definitely what these guys are. Or we're just really small. These are normal sized Little Nightmare kids. And we're just very, very tiny. Let's do that. I like that these guys are just kind of watching. Like, hey, did you see that they were building this even taller than it was yesterday? Way down here at the damn bottom. Aren't these guys destroying it? Isn't that what we end up finding out? That these little guys are trying to destroy the tower? Am I misremembering that? They are little nightmare characters, aren't they? I like the look of these guys. It's kind of weird that we get to see them so earlier on in the game. Nope, CL's still going first. Why are you going first, CL?
À moi de jouer.
Is speed overriding their position? Shoot, we are just gonna run into everybody instead of initiating it.
Une tempête approche.
Little Nightmares 1 and 2 are really, really good. I do like them a lot.
En garde! Flamme! Obéissez-moi! En défense!
I thought Mael had first strike on. It's possible if I don't know why I would have put CL first strike. But if none of them have first strike, I thought they play in order that they are added to the party. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I'll have to check. Maybe we removed it first strike when we were resorting everything.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Une tempête approche.
I don't know why I would have put it on CL. I know that Mael was running it, but I might have taken it off. But even still, again, that still poses the question, is speed overtaking? That would make sense. CL has the highest speed, but yeah, I thought they played in order of their party if you don't have first strike on. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know why I would bother putting it on CL. Yeah, she's not running it. And I am running it. I don't get it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense. First strike. If one of them is running first strike, they should always go first. Mael has first strike on. Not only did we have Mael have first strike on, but she's the party leader. She's the bloody party leader. So why in the world is the speed overriding first strike just because we hit first? And party, and the party leader for that matter. So we're just gonna run into them instead. See, now she's gonna play first. But of course, we're skipping everybody else's turns by doing it this way. Unless we put first strike on the other two, then... But yeah, if we put first strike on the other two, CL would end up probably playing first. Unless having all three of them with first strike would then make it so party leader goes first. It should be just clear as day. First strike should just simply mean play first, regardless of how you start the fight. If one person has first strike on, they should just simply always play first. Why is it not like that?
En garde.
Fais attention!
Why is it not like that? Ironically, this order is worse for multi-enemies. We should have just kept it the way it was. But at least I know now. At least I know now. I would actually be
Montre-moi ce que
curious.
tu sais faire. Voilà notre chance.
Let's see how much damage she does without her other modifiers. Not enough. I mean, that might have been a bad roll, but still, not enough.
Que la foudre se mette à danser.
Well, this is something I already discovered in my first playthrough, which is that it shouldn't matter if you're initiating the fight or not. If you're initiating the fight, a character with first strike should go first. I mean, that's what it bloody says. It says, play first. That's the description of the freaking Pictos. And so, yeah, if you initiate the strike, it basically just allows your team to go first unless the enemy has, you know, an override of that. If you want to play first with a single person first strike, you let them hit you. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. But then we did discover something about the party leader setup. There was something about the party leader setup where it goes in order, but I think that what we may have discovered is that if all three of them have first strike, the party leader plays first, as opposed to the first strike being overwritten when you actually strike the enemy to initiate the fight, in which case it's just prioritizing whoever has the highest speed. Strange. Very strange. Which thing was gonna do?
C'est pas bon. En défense.
C'est le moment de frapper.
Yeah. I mean, I'm of that opinion when it comes to any kind of numbers in games. I would prefer systems not just simply say, this increases damage a little bit. This increases damage more. This increases damages a lot. Just tell me the numbers. Just tell me the numbers. Don't tell me it increases it a good amount and it increases it a great amount. Just tell me the bloody numbers. I mean, you can still have that language, but still, tell me the numbers. Yeah, this game doesn't really do that much. There has been a couple times where I've been not happy with descriptions, though. Where they say one thing and they don't always mean what they say. First Strike would be one of them. The bloody description for First Strike is just that you play first. Do you? Do you play first? I don't believe it.
Quelle chance.
Did I? Rage is a strong word. I don't think I rage about anything. What did I say about Fortels? You're gonna have to remind me. I don't remember having any issues with Fortel. There may have been a weapon that is not clear. That was not last time, though. There is one weapon that it says that increases damage per sun charge, but it doesn't. I think it only increases damage for the initial attack that engages Twilight. I think that's the only time it increases damage, even though the weapon just simply states it increases damage per sun charge. So you would think that it would increase all damage for every sun charge you have, but it doesn't. And then I don't think it applies to Twilight. I think it applies just to the initiation of Twilight. I can't be positive on that. We did test it a bit. And I feel like the conclusion I came to was that once you actually do an attack that initiates Twilight, it'll amplify that attack depending on how many sun charges you have, which is not at all what the description of the weapon actually says. But that doesn't have anything to do with Fortel, so I'm still curious what about Fortel was I talking about? Whoops. Not paying attention. Too busy thinking.
Voilà notre chance. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Yeah, I don't really have an issue with the Fortel mechanics. The Fortel mechanics are a little bit confusing when you're first getting used to them. You can have more Fortel during Twilight. 10 max pre-Twilight. Consumptions of the end slice is dependent on full consumption of Fortel. Which means the longer a battle goes, the better CL's attack can get.
Excellent.
Qu'est-ce qu'il cherche à faire? Tout réparer? Ou tout casser?
Celles qui tentent d'attraper le ciel. Ils sont jaloux d'elle et ils essaient de détruire tout ce qu'elle a fait pour la ramener sur Terre.
Et ça fait partie de la
Yeah.
parabole?
Tout en fait partie.
Yeah, so they were talking about the destruction of all this stuff. I know, Subject. We've heard you say this many times. Subject doesn't like learning new things. So he learned the first 3 characters and he went, that's enough learning for me. No more learning. Stick with what I know. It's great. All of their systems are fantastic. They all have really interesting, unique gameplay systems. Verso's is the one that we've let fall to the wayside the most. It's even worse than Minoko's. And Minoko's we had a good grip on a couple builds in our first playthrough, but getting into the end and going into New Game Plus, Minoko has just completely fallen to the wayside. Primarily because we neglected him with Luminous points. But Verso's just as bad. He's there too. We basically completely neglected the boys. Our B team, our guy team, are not doing so hot. CL's so much fun. CL easily has some of the best animations. All her attack animations are so freaking cool. And yeah, the stuff you can do between her different weapons and the foretell consumption and the twilight gains is super fun. But we use her primarily as a support. But when we do use her as like the big heavy attack, it's so much fun. Alright, we're leaving these guys behind. Up and away! I mean, what's your incentive? I don't know what incentive to use anybody is other than this is an interesting new mechanic and I want to learn it. That should be your incentive. And it is it's a fun mechanic. Confusing at first, but once you play with it, you'll get it. It's like playing any game or a board game. You just gotta play it. And you'll get it as you go, just like any of the other characters. What would be the incentive? I guess this would be more like a force you to use her rather than an incentive. They could have added some kind of story plot element that took away the other characters and made you use her. Ironically, if they had done what we've talked about, which is that they should have given us at least one area or story moment where after Gustav passed, you only had the 3. But we still would have had, no, we didn't have Minoko yet. So yeah, you could have had one area where Gustav is gone, Verso has not yet joined the party, and then the only playable characters you would have had would be the 3 ladies. I mean, you don't really need any of the characters. That could be said for any of the characters. I think that's just you being lazy, Subject. You learned 3 characters, and then when you got around to CL and Minoko, because you were just like, I don't need to learn them. I already have my other characters. Why do I need to learn them? I already know my other characters. So it just comes down to a preference. You either need to be willing to learn new gameplay mechanics, or just stick with what you know. And you sticked with what you knew. So yeah, that's not an incentive though. What you're describing would just be forced. So yeah, you could have had a moment in the story where either it forces you to use only her, like you're stuck in an area, which I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have minded if they made it so you had to use her by yourself. Maybe more solo areas in general. Terrible. Just terrible. This sounds like a you problem, Subject, more than a gameplay design problem. You need to open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind to new ideas and new things. And that's basically what we did. I mean, for me, Minoko was super easy. As soon as they gave me a Pokemon collecting function, I was like, I gotta collect them all. I gotta collect them all. And that forced me to play Minoko. That forced me to play Minoko, just because I wanted to collect all his feet. His was the easiest of skills to, in quote, learn, because we didn't have to actually do any points. All we had to do was make sure we were using Minoko when we were fighting new enemies. And then voila, you had a skill. Minoko's skills are pretty straightforward. But yeah, I haven't... We neglected Minoko so bad. And now he's not super great anymore. How is that possible?
Parti.
Is that possible? I feel like your side characters still... Don't your side characters still gain XP even if you're not using them? They don't gain as much XP, but that's crazy that you could leave them behind to that degree. It seemed like we always kept getting XP gains no matter what.
Quelle chance.
That's impressive. But yeah, I guess if you never played them, maybe that can happen. I don't know. That's a tough question. Would it have been more immersive if we could see our entire party member all the time? Maybe. Or maybe it would have been annoying having them all running around. I don't know. It's hard to say. I would assume surely they play tested it, having all 5 running with you. Maybe they were like, it's too much. Niall's inverted. She's always inverted at the start of every single battle. I'm indifferent. I have to bow out of that answer because I would have to see it in action to know whether or not I would have liked having all 5 party members running around together. It might have been cool, or it might have looked really goofy. They had to have tried it. Surely they tried it in playtesting. Because it's kind of weird that you can do insta swaps between characters on whichever one you prefer to travel with, and then they disappear. Stick with it, subject. Don't fall into your usual ploy. You have to stick with it, subject. This is going to be you not wanting to play CL all over again. You're having a hard time because it's something new you have to learn. Stick with it and learn it! I love learning every character in every class. This is why I pick every single class in Diablo. I play them all evenly. Alright. Here, give yourself some food.
Attention, Maël.
À moi de jouer.
It'll be effective if you open your mind. Surely they didn't create a class that's completely useless. You just have to figure out how to make them useful. And once you figure it out, you will like it better, and you might even think it's great. Or maybe you'll just like it better and you'll still hate it. That's always a possibility.
Je suis prête.
So close. So close.
Il faut parer!
What?
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Les éléments dansent.
Luna, you have been saying oop or oops a lot over and over again. Is everything okay? You break something and you calling out for help. Wow, that was a terrible roll. Terrible roll.
Tremble de peur.
Sors de ce tableau!
There's a way up there, isn't there? How do we get up there?
C'est un avantage.
Look at CL down there. What is she doing? And Mael over there. See, if we had 5, they'd have to have 2 more for the back. So we'd have another one over on that back right beam and then another one of them on the back left beam. And I'll be hanging out. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. It's always funny when you leave them behind, too. Like, you get in the train or on the balloon, and you just take off without them. They all get just left behind until you get to the next area. I feel like I'm leaving something behind right now. I didn't miss a grapple or something somewhere, did I? Not sure. Milo has left me. Milo! Why would you do this? Alright, well, we'll see. But it does feel like it. So we have a balloon. Unless the balloon takes us over to that side? And maybe this is the way forward? There's too many different paths. This would be a long way around. So now I'm feeling like we shouldn't be leaving that balloon behind. I can't remember. I can't remember. Have we saved the game by the balloon? Oh shoot, can we not even go back? We can't even go back. There's no option to go back from here. I guess we'll see what happens. Renoir. Which is worse, to die or to be the one who survives? To grieve or to be grieved? Some might say that's lucky, not simply because you survived, but because you had the opportunity to care deeply for another. Can't remember if I selected this last time. We should have selected the other one. I probably did. I find myself grieving before they even passed. Grieving what could have been. Grieving is to come. She'll never forgive herself. She'll carry her scars with her always. With that, I could ease her burden. Okay, we are going around, which makes me think we should have taken the balloon? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It bugs me when there's paths that are not quite clear on which is the side path and which is the main path. Is there a RPG that we don't have this problem?
Appréciable.
Yeah, this is where we can return back to that balloon. This is this a side path over here? Is this a side path?
C'est un avantage.
This is starting to feel like the side path. So I guess we lucked out. Unless I missed a turn back there. Come on, what's this? Oh no. Is this not the side path? Are we falling back down? Where are we going here? Oh, this is something we never got before. That's a new bloody Pictos. Interesting. What is it? Charging attack? Plus 15% of gradient charge on base attack. Is that what we just unlocked? That feels like something good to use. Costs 7. Speed and critical rate. I don't want to put this on any of you. Guess we could put it on you. I guess. Should we put him in the party for now too, just for the hell of it. We can have him maximize Lune while we're doing all these pre-boss battles. Yeah, so we missed that crawl space the first time we came here. We've, I want to say we've found at least 4 Pictos in this playthrough that we missed the first time around. Which is kind of crazy. Subject, you're gonna have to give us an update on whether or not you mastered your melee build. Or if you caved and went back, I don't know, to what, a ranged build? Magic? Archery? Guns? Are there guns in Path of Exile? Cannons?
J'arrête?
We're gonna put his Cereso back on. Don't give it. Marshmallows cannot be good for kitty cats. Don't give your cats marshmallows. Back to the drawing board. I don't know how far the Act 2 boss is. I don't even know how many acts there are. We are going to keep using the Cereso. We should really rework his abilities.
Ou ce Névron en a fait tomber un autre de la tour.
On le dirait bien, oui.
Ah, Milo. Doggone it. Ah, bloody hell. Hold on. right. Sorry about that. Went ahead and took a bathroom break. Refilled my drink. Let's continue here. Let's see how long we've been streaming. How far are we into this level is the better question. I don't remember at all. I just realized that in my one chat, YouTube has been auto-translating for me. It's been kind of confusing. I don't know why it's doing that, or how do I opt out of it? Is it an experiment? Why is it auto-translating stuff? Let's see. I don't see any options to turn it off, but it is. It definitely is. Strange. Very strange. Alright. Translating from, well, into English. It's auto-translating stuff that it detects as a different language, and it's translating it into English. So, I'm assuming that was a typo. Subject said Jamaria, and then he said Jamanra. But it detected Jamaria as a translatable word into student. And I was like, huh? What? What? And then I realized it's actually been doing that for a lot of different stuff. Throughout my stream. It's been doing that. For example, let me see what language it is. So yeah, this had to have been, unless it's seeing, the only thing I can figure is that this is some kind of weird YouTube feature where it says, where it's showing that it says French. Let's see if it did. Yeah, it did. It auto-translated that. Well, you didn't have to say I am crazy. It translated to me that you said I am crazy. But you mistyped you mistyped the word nice. I'm assuming you were trying to say nice, and you accidentally said N-I-V-E, and it translated that into snow. So I can tell you that that says my name is Avery. I have 3 cats. They don't really like me, and I'm a bit crazy. I didn't have to. I'm just gonna start pretending that I can read every language. I mean, it's handy, I guess, if someone does, because we do get people that come in every once in a while that speak in a different language, and I guess that makes things easier. But I was wondering why it was translating random things every once in a while, until I realized it was people doing typos, and they just happened to be saying the typos in question were words in different languages. Yeah, very odd. Very, very strange. Alright, anyway. Alright. Tell Luna she cannot have your phone. Cats. Last thing we need is cats to start getting addicted to social media. Or maybe that's exactly what we need. Cats running their own
Excellent.
social media accounts. Got another Patak down here. Figure out what it does. What is it? What is its gimmick? Where is it at? I heard it. Where is it? It's a yellow one. Where is your home, yellow one? Got a manor door. Here's its home. Okay. So we probably are going to have to fight these guys to get him back home. Alright.
À moi de jouer. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Je suis immortel. T'as connu pire. C'est le moment de frapper.
Une tempête approche. Éléments convergés.
Lune, attention!
I forgot we were gonna redo Verso's attributes.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. C'est parti.
Amusons-nous un peu.
Une tempête approche. Éléments convergés. Danger! Ciel, esquive.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Frayons-nous un chemin.
Attention.
Voilà une chose.
De la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Je déborde d'énergie.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
C'est parti.
Well, that's not good. You should probably tell her to stop doing that.
Quelle chance. Bon. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Amusons-nous. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
Les éléments dansent.
I honestly can't tell how much of a gain we're getting from Verso.
Intéressant.
I can't tell at all. He's supposed to be giving us a boost. If he is, it's hard to say. Milo, you're gonna make your sister upset, boy. I'm gonna have to pretend like I'm gonna have to cover her eyes. He's such a big baby. Worse yet, though, is he's a big cuddle bug like this, but he always wants to just stay for a little bit. A little bit of cuddles, then he wants to go find his own bed. At least with me. With Cleo, he'll stay put for a long, long time. I've lost my controller. See, he's slightly stepping on Zoe right now, and she's not happy about it. Miley, you can't sit on your sister. Miley, did you go to the bathroom just recently? Do you need to go bathe? Go bathe. And then come back. What the heck? Get over there from here? Can't.
Oh, génial. Vas-y, essaie.
Ciel, attention!
Et attention.
Je m'en occupe.
This is another fleeing Patag. I got it.
Ton nombre n'est pas écrit. Quelle chance. Bon. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Je suis immortel. Allez, un dernier effet.
Une tempête approche.
I should have swapped Lune for Mael in this case.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Voilà notre chance. Élément, convergez!
Prépare-toi. Défiance. Vas-y, essaie de voir.
Yeah, if there's a way to stop them, I don't know what it is. Well, they're all different. All the colors will have different traits. And if there's a way to stop the yellow one, I don't know how. But he might have too much damage or too much health. This has been the problem with having the buffed health in this playthrough, is that whenever we fight enemies like this that flee after 2 or 3 turns, they have too much health that we can do anything about it.
Quelle chance.
Frayons-moi chemin.
Like maybe we need to break him? I don't know. I had to look it up. But yeah, all the different color tanks do something different. Sometimes you can get him to stay by doing counterattacks. Yeah, he just fled. Bloody hell. Then we have to reload the area to get him to come back. Did it create 2 saves at the exact same time? That's strange. How far back was this one? 6 minutes. That might be too far back. We might just have to reload the area. Where's the nearest flag? Oh, or the game's gonna crash on us. That works too. Silence. It crashed. It'd be nice if it just automatically restarted. It crashed. Okay, so where we were before we dropped down was up here. We'd have to fight that other fight. I don't know if that's worth it. We'll just reload the area. Why does it keep making double saves? Am I going crazy? What's happening here? Is this like the main save and then the backup of the main save? It must be. I don't like that though. I guess it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, we're gonna reload this one. We'll come back around. We can't let it live. But it might be one of those tanks that we have to lower the frickin' health in order to actually kill him within 3 turns. There's gotta be a trick for the yellow one. Let's see. It can't be just that it leaves in 3 turns. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't the blue one do that as well? So many of them do. The green one leaves in a matter of turns too, but they all have some kind of gimmick. I don't know what the yellow one is. If the yellow one is just about breaking, is the health buff also buffing its break bar? I'm kind of surprised that there doesn't... Okay, let's see. IGN apparently has a guide. Does the wiki describe each one? Okay, yellow. Break bar fills quicker. Does it? Oh, I did not experience that, but I don't know if maybe like having the health buff also makes the break bar buff too. According to this, the yellow tanks have a faster filling break bar, but we did not experience that. I don't think anyways. Did I break it at all during that fight? I don't recall breaking it. No, I don't think we did. We barely filled its bar. At all. I filled it just a teeny tiny bit. Like, maybe like 5%. Some of them don't. Some of them don't. See, even the wiki doesn't have that right. I think it just depends on the location. Not all of them will. But I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, I'd rather... There's some of these that are okay on their higher health. Like the red one, you can parry its attack. As long as you parry its attacks, it'll delay its fleas. But yeah, that's the biggest problem we've been running into with the Patanks and the health buff, is that do they have too much health before they flee? That it's not possible to actually defeat them with this much extra health. Just depends, I guess. Let's see if we leave and come back out this door, if it'll bring them back. Probably not. Well, if we refresh with the flag, maybe it will.
Tu me parles de perfection, mais existe-t-elle réellement? Ou n'est-ce qu'une chimère, une sirène dont le chant cherche à nous attirer? Je prédis sans le moindre doute possible que nous ne parviendrons ni toi ni moi à gravir ce sommet. Mais je m'en moque, tant que nous faisons la route ensemble. L'art nous confère une impression de contrôle. Pendant quelques instants, lorsque je peins, j'arrive à trouver l'ordre au cœur du chaos. Et c'est pour moi un moment de pure félicité. Sensation qui vaut bien plus, à mes yeux, que la plus grande des perfections.
Size of these are all over the place. Unless this is that fiery chromatic version. Then he is appropriately large. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Although we're probably going to have to reset his points again at some point. So are we running the Sarissa right now? Our vitality's fine, it's just the agility. I don't know, maybe it's not worth doing this. Just depends. Depends on what weapon we're using. I have been everywhere in the manor. I don't know how much of a difference it really is going to make. Probably none. And we don't attack with him at all during this, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. Of course he goes in the middle of them. It's so silly. Asking around.
Bon, tant pis.
Attention!
Okay.
À couvert! attention.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with me? I didn't even reshape it. Oh, I hate that we're gonna have to come back in here for this bloody guy. So you did give up, subject. You gave up. You gave up. Googled it. And then gave up. You let the masses convince you to not even try. But you gave up before that even by looking it up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. We had so much faith in you. See, if everybody told me that it was the worst class, that would make me want to play it even more. You asked around, what? You just like randomly asked people in the middle of the game? You were like, man, this class sucks. Do any of you think this class sucks? I mean, that's the same thing as Googling it effectively.
Ton nombre n'est pas écrit.
Not in a game like this, you wouldn't. You do not know me as well as you think you do, apparently, subject. You're talking about the person who everybody told me that the cane in Bloodborne was the worst weapon to go with. And so I committed to that bloody thing. Yeah, this is pointless.
Finesse et grâce. Par le feu.
Look at how much damage we're doing with just with these normal attacks. What the heck? AP? What do I feel like you should be having? Oh no, I'm thinking of a different weapon. Yeah. At some point we might switch back to it, but I like having her shields right now.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Je suis immortel. C'est le moment de travailler.
You do you, subject. You do you. I'm just telling you out what I would do. If a bunch of people told me that it's the worst class, then I would be challenged and I would want to try it. I seldom look up information about a game. My automatic assumption is that I would be doing something wrong, more than likely. If I started a class and I was just having so much trouble with it, I would just assume I was doing something wrong, and I would try to figure it out. That's just my playstyle. You do you. You have fun however fun you want to have. If you don't want to learn CL, you don't have to learn CL. You play the way you want to play, and you have fun the way you want to have fun. I voluntarily went back and I fought the bloody Sprong with a 10k cap on my characters. I voluntarily went back to the Dark Shores with a 10k cap to fight the Dark Shores enemies. That's how I have fun sometimes. And it was very tedious. It was very tedious. But I'll never know unless I try.
Sors de ce tableau!
Oh, good, they're leaving. See, now we gotta go duck back inside the frickin' manor. We need 2 more fights for Verso, and then we are gonna switch back off from him. You can play however you want to play, however way you find fun. I can't tell you how many times people will have told me in Souls-like games that because I used a mechanic, keep in mind, of course, once again, I don't look any of this stuff up, so I don't know what people's perceptions are. But it's crazy when people go and they tell other people that a mechanic that they're using that made the game more viable to beat enemies is somehow wrong. So, for example, in Elden Ring, you have access to your, what are they called? The echoes, the little spirit guys that you can bring in, or you can call in NPCs to help. If you do the right things in the story, you'll have like an NPC that you can call in to help you with the boss fight. That seems like a mechanic that they intended for you to use. But I've seen plenty of people say like, oh, no wonder you beat the boss. You brought in that NPC to help you. And I'm like, was I not supposed to? How would you know that? It's a designed mechanic that the developers put into the game. So, yeah, you can voluntarily always make everything more challenging in many different ways. Like not using your spirits. I don't pay too much mind to that, especially on first playthroughs. I'll play with whatever mechanics the game gives me. Weapons, aids. It's only upon like replay throughs or initial challenges or headbutts that I put myself into that I'll apply other challenges. So more than likely, if there's like a character class like that in something like Path of Exile, I probably wouldn't do it right off the bat. It would have to be a coincidence. It would have to be a complete coincidence that I picked that class, and then I would want to stick through with it. I would play it at some point though, because in all those games I always like to play every class. But it probably would end up being one of the last classes that I play, and I'd be doing it as a challenge and something extra to do in the game. So if I were in your position and you haven't played either of those classes, play whichever one you find more fun. But I would definitely revisit that other class at some point. I'd have to. I couldn't leave it just sitting to the side. I'd have to come back to it. But I'm assuming both classes are classes you've never played before. How many classes are in Path of Exile? How the hell do I get out of this place? Where's the elevator? There we go. There's a pickup over there. I'll make sure that I don't miss that. It's from way up there, though. I could picture Resident Evil, although ironically Resident Evil isn't a haunted house. It's a monster house. I mean, there is ghosts in Hogwarts, but they're all pretty tame ghosts, aren't they? I really enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy. Supposedly they're well underway in making the second one. They're not wasting any time producing that second game. I feel like I'm leaving it behind, but I'm gonna just press onward and assume that we'll run into it at some point here. Library sequence when the ghost can see you? Is it where you go like down below? What does that mean, subject? 8 classes, 2 variations. Variations in what way? Because that could mean anything. That could be like male and female. So 16 classes with a potential ×3 more in those? What is it, like subclass categories within the classes? Look at this guy. Talk about another disappointing about this level too. I thought this guy was gonna come back. He never did. I was curious about him. That's too many classes. Too many. I guess that's how most RPGs are, though. If you're talking about, like, builds and stuff for certain classes, too.
J'ai le vertige, tu te rappelles? Ses intentions sont louables, je le sais, mais ses méthodes...
Ton père?
Like if you choose a wizard and you decide to make an ice wizard
Du coup, tout est pire
versus a fire wizard or something.
Je connais bien. Fille unique.
Ouais, Cléa est l'aînée. Et elle est si... parfaite. Si accomplie et talentueuse. Préférée de papa. Il est si fier d'elle. Et Verso. Verso avait le chic de faire rire papa. Ils plaisantaient tout le temps ensemble. Et puis il y a moi.
Oui, il y a toi. Sa vraie préférée. Celle qu'il appelle son étoile cachée, mais qui est trop timide et complexée pour le voir.
Oui, c'est tout moi. Toujours là pour empirer les choses.
Ouvre les yeux. Il veut que tu déploies tes ailes.
I'd pick a bow every time. Give me that bow.
Toutes ces inventions. Gustave aurait adoré voir ça.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna have more to do with him. Like we were gonna get some like clever twist or something where he would have to invent some stuff for us.
Intéressant.
Am I misremembering? Does he do that? I tend to usually opt for ranged builds. So archery, snipers, elemental, wizardry. Why do I feel like I did miss that pickup? We're going away from the tower now, so unless that pickup is where we go back to it at some point. Let's go back. Because now I'm curious. $100 parries, what the hell? Like for a single turn? We gotta look around, make sure I'm not missing this thing. For all I know, it's yet another thing that we missed the first time around. Yeah, shoot, was it all the way back here? Yeah, we passed through these guys. Let's go see where that lift... Gosh, I'm getting stuck on invisible walls everywhere. Ah! It's over there. I can see it. I just can't get to it. We're stuck on all these walls. Okay, so yeah, it's up here. This is a whole other subsection. Surely we're coming back here at some point. So we're probably coming back. There's a grapple right here, which presumably leads from over here. And how do we get here? Oh shoot, did I leave this behind? Hold on. We came up here. Because these guys are right above us. Walked over here. It's literally right above us, but that doesn't mean that we're not... Doesn't necessarily mean we're not coming back to it. Yeah, that's crazy. We walked right under it. Alright, we'll have to see. We can always teleport back to this flag. But I don't see any. I don't see any other paths that we missed. At least not for the moment. I just have to remember, if we didn't end up coming back here, we need to remember to teleport back to this flag. So it'd be the other way around. I'd probably pick a sorceress, and then I would pick a ranger. Luna, are you having problems? What are you trying to post? What do you keep spamming in the chat? Okay. We'll stop it. You're just making your name pop up over and over again in game. Gosh. Forgot about these guys. So much left to do still.
Excellent.
Now, there's no reason to knock out these lanterns ahead of time, right? We're not preventing an attack with it. It's just a means to get our health back, right? I'm just gonna leave it the way it is.
J'ai déjà connu pire. C'est le moment de frapper.
Until we need it. And so, these are like smaller variants of the chromatic you fight in Frozen Hearts, too, aren't they? Except somehow they look creepier.
Finesse et grâce. Survie, s'il te plaît.
Too early.
Bonne pioche.
À ton tour de briller.
L'âme affûtée. Sors de ce tableau. Par le feu.
That was a bad roll.
Pas de temps à perdre. Frayons-nous un chemin.
Il faut parer.
I got it.
Pas de panique, je suis là. peur de prendre des risques. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Tu ne t'en tireras pas.
L'âme affûtée.
Whew. It's hard to say when you end up getting a result like that. And what did we get? Did we get a 383 or did we get 429? That's what it's confusing. The numbers never make sense on Killing Blows. It says one thing for the highest damage down there, and then it says something else for the Killing Blow. That's about as perfect as you can get with Mael for us. We need one more with Verso, I think.
Quelle chance. À moi de jouer.
On les détruit.
Éléments convergés. Je m'en occupe.
Ah, too early. Well, at least
L'acrobat tout le feu.
Lune got to avoid it.
Une tempête approche.
This feels like a little bit of a wave. We're gonna do it anyway.
Porte de la Chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Well, at least it removed the two little ones.
Quelle chance.
Pas de temps à perdre.
C'est le moment de frapper.
Got it. Mael. at this point. I also need to do a circle around a Lune. She's not teed up at all.
Quelle chance!
Éléments, convergez.
Frayons-nous un chemin.
Danger. C'est parti.
Il t'en tirera pas. C'est le moment de frapper. Frayons-nous un chemin.
Are you out, Luna? I'm going to bed. It is that time. 1 a.m. seems to be the golden number.
Les éléments dansent.
We can't spend too much time on like these individuals, man. We gotta get to the end. We have no idea how long the fight with Alicia's gonna be. Alright, good night, Luna. Take it easy. Sleep well. Till next time.
Éléments, convergez.
Vas-y, essaie!
Gosh, too early again. Every time.
À moi de jouer.
Yeah, we should be on tomorrow. We'll be playing more Kingdom Come, more than likely.
Il va falloir faire vite. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Fais attention.
On en finit. On en finit.
Tout ce potentiel. Que la foudre se mette à danser.
That was a very good roll.
Quelle chance! L'heure de prendre des risques.
Amusons-nous.
À moi de jouer. Quelle chance.
Esquive.
Not too early, I'm too late. I feel like I remember this exact same thing happening last time we fought these guys.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. À ton tour de briller.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous. Pigment.
Just making me think we should use our lightning every time, but it always comes down to the roll. That single hit roll. Yeah, kind of. his giant left hand could be the bag.
Vas-y, essaie.
Too late that time. I was too early on on Verso. I was too late on
Pas de panique.
CL. Crazy. Oh, that felt good to me, man. That felt good. It was right in the middle that time. I'm robbed, man. Robbed.
Cette expédition n'est pas encore finie.
C'est parti. Quelle chance. Il va falloir faire vite. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
À couvert.
Oh man, we want that mark. Dang it, that sucks. We got no defenseless, we got no mark.
Que la foudre se mette à danser.
Still better than our still better than our last two gradients.
Prêt à frapper.
Quelle chance!
Méfiance.
Oh, we actually hit it. It's a miracle. This totally feels like deja vu. The exact same thing happened last time we were fighting these guys. There's no question.
On les détruit. C'est le moment de frapper. Prépare-toi.
Too early. Dang it.
Bon, tant pis.
I can't, man. I can't for some reason.
Prête. Pas de panique, je suis là. La chroma coule à flot. Éléments convergés.
Why can't I get it down? Why has this become one of the most baffling moves?
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Ah, too late!
Une tempête approche.
We've got no AP. I would have rather have done the lightning. Got no freaking AP.
Porte de la chroma! Ouvrez-vous!
Gosh, that was a terrible roll. That might have been our worst one yet.
Dégâts maximum.
Et voilà. Bon. Quelle chance. Lune, attention.
Amuse.
Une tempête approche.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
C'est parti.
À ton tour de briller.
Tout ce potentiel.
Come on, give me a mark. Ah, Rob! Stop robbing me! That was it, though. Man, our lightning dance is super consistent across this battle. In every gradient, we got robbed. Every single gradient. And I know there's like 2 different ways to go over here too, and I cannot remember which way. This brings us to a balloon down here, right? Is this the way we're supposed to be going, or is this the side path? I can't remember. I can't remember. The balloon probably would be obvious that that's the way we need to go. But then, yeah, I can't remember. Like, is there another balloon up here? I feel like I remember having the same thought, and I did the wrong path last time. We're just gonna take a look. We're gonna take a look. There is a balloon over here. But this is another balloon path. Are we coming to this balloon? I think we are. But then, yeah, this doesn't help me at all. So we have 2 paths. We have 2 paths with 2 balloons. I don't know which way to go. I don't know which way to go. All right, we're going back the other way. Maybe this balloon takes us to that one drop we were trying to go to.
Oh, Bobby.
No Lumina points. I think we're gonna switch off of Verso. Although I feel like, I don't know, that high hit that we got with Mael might have been thanks to Verso's bonus. It's very possible.
C'est parti. J'ai vu ton avenir. Pas aujourd'hui. Bonne pioche. J'attends. C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. J'attends. Quelle chance. Vas-y, essaie. Et c'est parti. À moi de jouer. Essaie pour voir. C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Bon. À moi de jouer. Essaie pour voir. À moi de jouer. Bon. La mort, mon ami.
Ah, too early.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Bon. Maintenant, disparaît.
Kivek! Claro.
I like that guy. Alright, let's see. Let's see where this takes us. Assuming it's gonna take me up there. Is this it? Is this the place?
Voilà qui devrait aider.
Yep, this is it. Alright, cool. Cool, 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 cool.
C'est un avantage.
And we didn't get it last time. Heal 15% HP on applying buff. Not that we're worried too much. Everything one hits us now. Charging attack, though. Probably not a bad idea to put on everybody. Charging attack. At least for a couple of them where we're actually getting hits. CL, Lune. I don't think we have it set up for Mael. Hmm. 6 points. I need to try to just remember. I need to switch that out. I might take her shields off. See how I feel about that. Yeah, we need to get to another flag. That was the right way. That was the right way.
Intéressant.
We have a few that I might be able to get enough points to her. Although I want them, yeah, we want them on both CL and... Both CL and... Lune would be good.
Expédition 61. Margot. La voir. Mais je ne suis pas d'accord. Je ne crois pas qu'elle se sente seule. Même si elle est solitaire, c'est sûr. Ils ont un genre de société ici. Et elle se tient clairement à l'écart. Avec son comparse de l'atelier, bien sûr. Je n'avais encore jamais vu ces créatures s'affronter entre elles. Je dois bien reconnaître que sa créativité et sa motivation me sidèrent. J'ai un peu l'impression de trahir les miens en disant ça. Mais elle a un petit quelque chose qui fait que j'ai envie qu'elle réussisse tout ce qu'elle entreprend.
Balloons. Also one off. I might regret having removed her shields. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Especially against this boss over here, which I feel like I remember being difficult.
Parfait.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting bosses, a unique change on this enemy type. It's interesting seeing him here. They don't have much of a face, do they? Not really. Oh, we should have... Okay, that worked out. That worked out. Can we even set fire to you? No, we cannot. That's unfortunate.
Je vais bien. Sur moi.
What the heck, man? Leave Mael alone. Lost all those freaking shields, man. That sucked.
Quelle chance.
Dang it. Why are we coming back to her now? It sucks.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
L'âme affûtée.
Yeah, we got screwed. Ah, we got screwed.
Par le feu. Je peux y arriver.
And we're on fire. And we're on fire.
Par le feu.
We're gonna miss the fire on her. But did switch him. We're gonna switch him back.
Si je meurs, ainsi soit-il. À moi de jouer.
Come on, what is this? What is this? Doing another round? What the heck, man? What the heck is happening?
À ton tour de briller.
En garde.
All that ring around the rosy just for that.
Par le feu.
Damn.
Tel le phénix.
unfortunate. She's our best. She's our best one.
Quelle chance.
Yeah, this weapon's kind of pointless. We're probably gonna switch back.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Tout ce potentiel. L'acroma coule à flot.
Did I just switch him? Okay, no. Good. So we're gonna follow through on this attack anyways. Lame. Alright, so it's the song. It's the song that's bugged. This is the same song that we hear for these guys. Frozen Hearts. Yeah, it's dead. It's dead now. Should we bring up some music? Let's see. 'Cause yeah, I don't like how dead silent it becomes. Let's see, where should we start this? Dang it. Can't do anything here.
À moi de jouer. À moi de jouer.
Prête à parer.
C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
La danse commence. Par le feu. En garde. Il faut parer.
Une tempête approche.
Oh, lame. We lost the defenseless. That sucks. Nice. Very nice.
Tremble de peur. Amusons-nous.
Come on. Where's our mark? There's our mark. Alright, we have our in-game music back. Sandrik's great up through here. Yeah, the Lithison's kind of pointless. So unless we were like wanting to switch to the Marnon, maybe we'd have to change our attributes though. S is vitality. We should. We should. Some point here, because we have this set up for this right now. Which I wouldn't be against going back to. We definitely get a lot of sun charges quickly. Because yeah, this is the, presumably this is supposed to be the Axon right here. This giant body. Yeah. So I figured we were going to be getting to a fight with another big Axon. Instead we end up going into the Axon's head, which has a little Axon inside, which is like, what, Miles' doll? Alicia's? I mean, look at this thing, man. Its body is like those lantern dudes. Oh, its head is cocked. Yeah, it is. The head is cocked. I mean, it's on a giant cog. Building this tower next to it. It's just floating here. I guess you're not meant to see its legs like this. But yeah, the only reason we knew, like, basically what it looked like is because of the painting. But yeah, this would have been fun if this was another like giant boss fight. Not that there was anything wrong with fighting Alicia, but yeah, it could have been interesting.
Salut.
Alicia. Ta lettre.
Do we ever get an explanation for how she and or Painted Renoir is able to stop time like this? This seems to be a unique trait behind them, where they can enter this black and white paused state, and why they're able to do this.
C'est à nous qu'elle en veut. N'est-ce pas? Tu ne méritais pas ça.
Painted Alicia is kind of a mystery amongst the characters. I mean, so is Clea, I guess. Like, what was her life like during all of this? Ooh. It'd be cool if we could see this area in color. I don't know if we can, like, change. Let's turn black and white into black and white. Yeah, so it's like an accent within an accent. More or less.
Oh, tu es la vraie accent.
Alicia, I don't know why this never occurred to
Tu sais
me.
que c'est papa qui l'a peinte.
I had pondered this earlier in the game. Why there were several figurines, several creations, several Nevrons that only had one eye. And it's got to be a representation of Alicia. Well, that makes sense. Obviously, this accent doll makes sense with the one eye, but who was creating them? Why if Clea was creating the Nevrons, what's the meaning behind her giving them one eye? But yeah, it's got to be a connection to Alicia.
Donc, tu sais qui elle représente?
Hey, Reputation, welcome back.
Tu aimes être ici, avec elle.
Right, but you gotta wonder, like, to what end was the purpose of Clea creating them like that? It seems almost kind of insensitive. But I was pondering that because there's like the dancers. There's a couple Nevron that have only one eye. To train what? To train Alicia? Which Alicia? Pain and Alicia? The insinuation would be that they were created afterwards, but this one had to have been created earlier. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? My buttons! Oh no, I switched the profile. Well, I was gonna say, we can actually see this in color now. I forgot it switched. Creepy colored doll. White hair. Broken face. One eyeball. Creation on inside of her Nevron or her Axon maybe makes sense, but yeah, I'm more curious about all the other ones that have only one eye. Not specifically like a Cyclops, but exactly like this. Although that is a mirror of real Alicia, isn't it? Or is it? Maybe that's supposed to be the hollow of her missing eye. Yeah, that's exactly my point. That's exactly what I mean. This was already here. And if Renoir created the Axons, which there's still some contention about, so that explains this one-eyed one. It doesn't explain Clea's creation of one-eyed Nevron. And to what end would be the purpose of that? Alright, let's restart this. It's not really, though. I mean, it's kind of white. Although some of the white stuff and the pointed feet also kind of don't... There's a little inconsistencies there, too. Because they talk about Clea's creations having pointed feet, but there's a lot of creations that have pointed feet, not including Clea's. Unless the idea is that the pointed feet are inspirations that Clea took from, like, Renoir's creations. But yeah, there's the pointed feet is very consistent across lots of different beings, not just Clea's. So it could be that Clea was inspired by Renoir. That would make sense. A lot of Renoir's creations have pointed feet, including a lot of the ones that he has in his atelier.
Finesse et grâce. Flamme, obéissez-moi. par le feu. Prête à parer.
Jeez, I would not die.
Prête à frapper fort.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Dernière chance. La danse commence. Sors de ce tableau.
No bumps. Well, we've been dropping the rolls a bunch with her. Might as well have at least one good roll at the start with Alicia. Here we go.
Prête à frapper fort.
She's just teeing us up with her own attack. That's literally all it was. She just teed us up with her own attacks over and over and over again. Oh, that's crazy.
Je suppose que ça représente son espoir pour nous. Donc pour moi. Va, ton bout de ciel t'attend. Nous méritons toutes les deux de voler. Laisse-moi t'offrir un nouveau départ.
Alicia.
Maël!
I felt sympathy for Verso the first time around. I do not feel any sympathy for him this time. Could this have been a bitter turning point for him, though? Could this have caused an internal bitterment against Mael because she gomaged his sister before he could say goodbye? That'd be crazy if this is what actually changed everything. Yeah, we were talking about the fact that she can, like, go into this nightmare state and slow time and be visible to some but not to others. I don't recall it explaining how she obtained this power. Is this just a mystery thing? You just kind of have to go with the flow? Because that's quite a hell of a time. That's quite the hell of a time power to have. So yeah, I don't know. Some people are filling in the blank by saying it's possible that Aline gave her that power, but that's a crazy-ass power that they can bestow upon people like that. The ability to stop time. But the implication would have to be that Aline gave her this power. I don't know how she could have learned it. Or I guess maybe Clea could have bestowed upon it. We have to assume that Clea... Well, I don't know. Because there is a lot of questions to be had about how Painted Renoir learned to do a lot of the stuff that he's capable of doing. Painted Renoir is bizarrely powerful. He learned how to manipulate Chroma in a lot of different ways. I mean, he knew how to gomage. He bloody gomages, man. Which is nuts. So we have to assume that Aline was able to bestow the power, those kinds of powers to like Painted Renoir. Showed him how to gomage. And then I guess, yeah, maybe she bestowed the power to stop time to Alicia. To what end, I don't know. I mean, who Alicia is in the real world is irrelevant to what's going on in the canvas. She had to have gotten the power from somewhere. We have to assume it was Aline. It's just, yeah, again, to what end? To what purpose would bestowing the ability to stop time to Alicia, like, what does that serve? Apart from some neat story moments throughout the game. Good level, though. Great level. All the accent levels are great. I do like Seren, and I do like both Visage and Seren better. But all three of the accent levels are really, really good. I like them a lot.
Désolée.
A form of expression? I don't think I understand. I don't understand that. I mean, everybody's is under the assumption that Aline has through her own disdain and resentment for Alicia and possibly blaming her for Verso's death, created her with her scars and her inability to speak, which is, of course, messed up. But bestowing something like the power to stop time for everyone else, presumably other than Aline, I'm guessing she wouldn't be able to stop the time for any of the real world counterparts. Was there any time where Alicia stopped time and Mael couldn't move? There was a time where she visited and she stopped time, but Mael was sleeping. She might have just been asleep during that sequence. So we can assume that the power shouldn't affect anyone like Clea or real-world Renoir. Otherwise, she'd be insanely overpowered in any kind of fights against real-world Renoir or his creations. Because that's kind of the power to stop time. If it can affect Renoir's creations or Clea's Nevrons, it kind of makes Alicia super OP. And if that was a power that Aline purposely bestowed upon her, why not bestow the same power with Painted Renoir? I mean, how easy could Painted Renoir and or Alicia stop anything from happening if they could just frickin' freeze time? Hard to say. I'm gonna chalk it up to poetic writing that they didn't really think through completely. It just made for some really fun sequences where they were able to interact with Mael without affecting the rest of the camp. It was a plot device. A plot device that may have not really been thought through completely. But she can do it. She can do it. It was the one thing she could do before we gamaged her out of here.
C'est ce qu'elle voulait. Et je lui devais bien ça. On le lui devait. J'ai simplement respecté sa volonté. Quelque chose que ni Renoir ni toi n'avaient jamais fait. Et maman non plus.
Je n'ai pas pu lui dire au revoir. Tu n'as pas attendu. Tu ne m'as pas laissé une chance de la persuader.
Elle savait pertinemment ce qu'elle voulait. Tu n'aurais jamais pu la faire changer d'avis.
Elle n'est pas toi. Tu ne peux pas en avoir la certitude. Je la connais mieux que toi.
See, I don't know. I know that maybe in the state of grieving that he lost his painted sister, and maybe he's just not clearly thinking, but I don't know. We might not know at what point Verso decides to change. It might be that he finally changes his mind again back to his original thought once he encounters Aline through those conversations with Renoir and Aline. He sees his mother, his pseudo-mother, that he changes his mind. So he might have been teetering on Mael's side throughout Act 3. Because otherwise, like, this doesn't matter. What does this matter? He knows that Renoir wants to destroy the canvas, which would cause, you know, both him and Painted Alicia to disappear at that point. So why does he care? Unless he didn't want that to happen at this stage in the story. And it's not until the very end that he changes his mind and or this incident right here, Mael gomaging Alicia, may have tipped him back over the edge and helped him decide this by the end of the game. So Mael might have inadvertently turned Verso back.
Mais tu ne m'as même pas laissé une chance d'essayer. Tu t'es juste contenté de l'effacer.
Verso.
Tu as perdu 2 frères. Tu sais ce que ça fait de perdre des membres de ta famille sans pouvoir leur dire au revoir. Vous autres, les peintres, vous faites toujours ce qui vous chante, sans vous préoccuper de comment cela peut affecter le reste du monde.
C'est faux. Je sais que tu souffres, mais c'est pas moi qui ai pris cette décision. C'est elle. Je ne pouvais pas aller à l'encontre de sa volonté, juste pour te laisser une chance de la convaincre de changer d'avis.
C'était la dernière de ma famille. Je n'ai plus personne maintenant.
Tu m'as moi. Tu nous as nous.
Maël, je n'étais pas prêt.
Je ne comprends pas. Tu étais prêt quand tu as délivré papa pourtant. Tu t'attendais à ce qu'il détruise la toile et tout le monde à l'intérieur. C'est la même chose, non?
Okay, she's actually saying that right now. Like I said, the only difference is if he started to change his mind as we continued through Act 3. Then maybe he was starting to decide that maybe what he had done was wrong, but possibly losing Alicia, painted Alicia, might have, yeah, pushed him back.
C'est différent. C'est différent. Pourquoi a-t-elle fait ça?
Tu le sais bien. Mais tu as raison. J'aurais dû penser à toi. Te laisser une chance de lui dire au revoir. Je suis vraiment désolée, Verso.
Au moins, elle est libre maintenant.
I don't know, but then you do have those like middle thoughts that occur in between sequences where it says Verso understands, Mael empathizes, they are now closer, but I'm like, are they? Or did this just put a wedge in between them even greater? Yeah, it feels like the writing is all over the place for Verso. It doesn't feel like they wrote him in a way that they even knew exactly how they wanted him to be and where they wanted him to go. Okay, so I think we've maxed out everybody else except for Mael. Let's see.
Maël.
J'en ai plus qu'assez que tout le monde me dise de rentrer à la maison. Alors,
So we already had this conversation with her.
Comme tu veux.
ils comptent tous sur moi ici.
Okay. Alright, we do have another scene though. So yeah, we still have to do the monolith.
Le monolithe a l'air étrange, sans maman ou le nombre dessus.
What did I say last time?
Je le trouve moins oppressant.
C'est pas faux. Je me demande ce que maman peut bien faire en ce moment. Elle doit être dans une colère noire.
Ouais.
Cléa doit pas être contente, elle non plus. Elles doivent être en train de se rendre mutuellement folles toutes les deux. Même si ça m'étonnerait que Cléa passe beaucoup de temps à la maison. La connaissant, elle doit plutôt être en train de traquer les écrivains responsables de l'incendie.
Ça lui ressemblerait tout à fait, en effet.
Oui. Je l'ai à peine vue quand j'étais à la maison. La mort de Verso lui a fait un choc. Comme à nous tous, en fait.
Je l'ai rencontré à 3 reprises.
C'est vrai?
La première fois, c'était juste après la fracture, avec l'expédition 0. Elle nous a stoppés au niveau de la barrière.
Et elle vous a tout dit à ce moment-là?
Oui. Et puis, elle a essayé de nous tuer quand on a refusé de retourner à Lumière.
Cléa.
Quand je l'ai revue, bien des années plus tard, elle a essayé de me recruter. Et la dernière fois, elle m'a retrouvé après m'avoir activement cherché. C'était il y a 16 ans. Ce jour-là, elle m'a demandé de garder un œil sur toi. J'imagine qu'elle pensait que tu étais plus en sécurité ici, loin de sa guerre.
Attends. Ça veut dire que, depuis tout ce temps, tu me surveilles?
De loin, oui. Je revenais de temps en temps à Lumière.
Alors, tu savais où j'étais. Et tu m'as laissé là-bas.
Je ne pouvais pas vraiment te prendre avec moi, mais j'ai essayé de veiller sur toi. Et à partir du moment où tu as quitté Lumière, je suis resté tout près. J'ai éliminé les névrons les plus dangereux avant votre arrivée, et je t'ai emmené loin de la plage.
Mais tu as aussi laissé Renoir tuer le reste de l'expédition. Et tu n'as pas aidé les autres.
Ils étaient trop nombreux pour que je puisse tous les sauver.
I mean, why would he? Especially at that time? Just like Gustav, he would just consider them fodder.
Il faut que je te demande quelque chose.
Which is exactly why she drills him on it.
Quoi donc?
Tu ne me mentirais pas. Pas vrai?
Je pense que nous avons dépassé ce stade depuis longtemps.
Sur la falaise. Gustave.
Although saying that, you would think if their goal is to take down the Paintress, then maybe helping out some of the other ones would be good. So maybe he did just figure there was too much going on. It's hard to say, because his reasoning, his logic behind not saving Gustav, I don't know, because he never did end up explaining to Mael what's going on, or that killing the Paintress would wipe out everybody. So, I mean, there was no reason to let Gustav die. At least at that moment.
Oui, quoi?
Tu as laissé Renoir tuer Gustave. Tu aurais pu le sauver?
Non. Je suis arrivé trop tard. désolé. Si j'avais pu, je l'aurais sauvé.
D'accord.
No, that's it? See what I mean? We got this background information. Who's telling us this? Who is this writer / narrator that's telling us this? Verso lied to Mael, and Mael knows it. Alright. The trust Mael had in Verso is broken. This feels like something that should change the ending, and yet the game wasn't designed around something like this. But this totally feels like it should be like a consequence that could lead the story down to a different path, down to a different ending. Lost in a lie. Interesting. So, if we had lied to her to begin with, would we not have unlocked her final gradient? Which is what? The Gamage? Would we not have unlocked our Gamage? That would be crazy. So we actually do get to a point where it's not possible to get to somebody at max relationship. Is that the only one? It didn't seem like we could take any of the other relationships down a different path. It seems like no matter what, as long as you talk to them, you'd max out their relationship. Is this the one exception to that? Let's see. I'm curious. Yeah, sure enough. So yeah, if you lie to her, you miss out on the Gamage, which is one of her best attacks. That's definitely something to miss out on. I'm assuming it doesn't lead to anything else story-wise. But that is interesting, that if you choose to lie, you completely miss out on a pretty frickin' good attack for her. So she's our one not max. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to think of all the conversations that led to everybody else's maxing out. It didn't seem like anything was missable. The only thing that maybe could make things missable is if you didn't complete like the fights in with Eskie and Monoko. But that would have to be just you choosing not to do it. I don't know. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna call it here. Might as well. This stream ended up turning into essentially an entirely just doing a side quest for all of our companions. Did we do anything else? I don't know if we did anything else. I'm trying to remember what we did at the beginning. Did we knock out anything? Anything at all? What did we do in the very beginning? We definitely started in the camp. So we started talking to everybody. I don't know if we did anything else. We didn't fight any more White Nevrons. We're going to have to save that for later. But yeah, at the very least, I can't remember if we did anything else, but most of this entire stream was just entirely doing the side companions. Doing the camp, the cruise, the expeditions, side quests. Golgra took a while. We did spend quite a bit of time here and there. But yeah, for the most part. Alright, well, we'll be back more than likely next week. We are returning for more Kingdom Come tomorrow. And then we'll be back for more Expedition 33, the French playthrough, next week. And I have no idea what we're doing next. Like I said, we are trying to experience fighting all the White Nevrons. Didn't do that at all during the first playthrough. So that's something new to do still. If we run into them, we run into them. But we have a bunch of other areas that we still have to do. We have a lot of other bosses. We got a bunch of random chromatic bosses we got to fight. And a few different areas. And then, yeah, like said, we're going to save Verso's drafts, Renoir's drafts. For the end. Because we were saying we were going to do Lumiere last. We're going to fight Renoir last. But I say that we do have stuff like the Endless Tower that we probably still want to try going into this playthrough. It's not necessary. The Endless Tower is not necessary at all. Other than just for the hell of it. Replaying it again. We're not getting any like new French dialogue or anything. Places like Versus drafts, Renoir's drafts, Lumiere obviously have all like new French dialogue to experience. We got Simon. I guess we'll have to play it by ear and see how it goes to decide what we're going to do. Because maybe it does make sense to do those kind of last, but then maybe we will still have like the Endless Tower to do afterwards. Because we're definitely going to do Flying Manor. We're going to do Flying Manor before those areas. So we have places like that to do still. I guess we'll see. We'll play it by ear. I'll try to figure it out. But thank you for tuning in, guys. Thank you for watching. And as always, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. And until tomorrow, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed. And I hope to see you then. Good night and goodbye. Thanks for stopping in, Reputation Phantom. Take it easy. Adieu.